2022, TYT covered a story involving a transgender streamer named Clara Sorrenti, who goes by Keffals. Now, at the time, she had alleged that she had been violently swatted by anti-trans harassers on a platform called Kiwi Farms. Many elements to the story ended up being false, and we unwittingly helped her promote her fraudulent crowdfunding effort. Now, a streamer by the name of Mudahar investigated Keffals and provided the receipts indicating that she is in fact a fraud. It is a lengthy video and he gets into other issues with Keffals that I'm not gonna get into because we didn't talk about those other issues. But if you wanna watch that video, and I highly recommend you do, you can watch it on his YouTube channel, Some Ordinary Gamers. We will also link to it in the description box. Now let's actually get into the nitty gritty. Now, after she had been swatted, and by the way, she was swatted. That's the one thing that is true. But after she had been swatted, she launched a GoFundMe on August 9th of 2022 to raise money after the incident, and it's important to outline exactly what she claimed she was doing with the money, why she was raising the money, and how she was going to use the money. Let's watch.
The video was posted alongside a GoFundMe with the stated intent of helping Clara recoup her losses, move immediately, and build a legal fund to protect her rights. It received widespread media attention, bringing in over $100,000 in donations.
So, just to review, the money she raised, according to the GoFundMe page, was meant to help her move immediately for her own safety after she had been swatted, recoup her losses of electronic devices that she said the cops had seized, that they'd taken from her, and also sue the London Police Service in Ontario, Canada, where the swatting happened, and to protect her rights, which she reiterated in a later stream.
My lawyer today, and it's looking like January is the month where I'm going to be filing against the London Police Service.
But she lied about the nature of the swatting itself, and we don't know what she did with the money. Okay, well, we have an idea of what she did with the money based on some of her own admissions, and we're going to get into that in just a moment. And based on her own admission, she did not use the money that she crowdfunded for the intended purposes. Now, going back to the swatting, she had complained, or she had claimed, that she woke up with the Canadian police pointing a gun to her head. She said that's how the swatting incident went down. She later changed that story and said that the police were banging on her door, and she had to put clothes on to answer the door as they were banging on it. Let's take a look.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London Police Services pointing an assault rifle in my face at my home. When I was woken up by police officers and saw the assault rifle pointed at me, I thought I was going to die. I feel traumatized.
Her story then changed to an encounter in the hallway. The exact phrasing is that she went into the hallway and then saw the weapon.
The email, Sorrenti says, had given out her real address and resulted in police with guns at her doorstep and her being arrested.
When I went into the hallway and then saw that assault rifle, I screamed and I thought I was going to die.
A month later, she admitted that they didn't enter her apartment until after she was in custody.
They did not go into my apartment until after I was in custody.
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we do in our news coverage as well. TYT is facing challenges, guys, as the entire industry is. You know who can make the difference? You. If you hit the join button below, it's going to make all the difference and keep us in business. We appreciate you. Thank you.
So she went from saying that she woke up with the police pointing a gun to her head to changing the story and then changing it back. She changed the story to, no, I met the police outside in the hallway, and they didn't enter my apartment until later. And then she went back to, claiming that she was afraid for her life. I mean, and remember, Keffals had gone so far as to claim that she was a victim of police brutality and even had the audacity to compare herself to Elijah McClain, who was killed after an interaction with cops. That was the story where emergency workers then showed up and injected him with ketamine, and it was just an awful, awful story. She compared herself to him, okay? She wrote on Twitter back on September 25th of 2022, every time I see another story involving an innocent black man being killed by the police, I think back to last month when I had an assault rifle pointed at me by the police and how easily that situation could have escalated if I wasn't white. I hope Elijah McClain finds justice. She also alleged that the police confiscated her computer and other electronic devices that she relied on for her livelihood, for her streaming. But her devices were actually returned shortly after the swatting incident happened, and she discusses that in the clip you're about to watch.
I started a GoFundMe to move immediately, recoup my losses, and build a legal fund to protect my rights.
But there were no losses to recoup. The devices were returned after 3 days.
I eventually got my stuff back in like 3 days and got an apology from the chief of police.
So if you didn't need the money to pay for new devices for your streaming, what did you use the money for? We're gonna get to that in a bit. So she said that she fled Canada for the UK for her own safety, so Kiwi Farms wouldn't be able to find her, which was weird because why the hell would you broadcast to the world where you fled to if you fear for your own safety? Well, she actually changed that story as well, claiming that she actually fled the country for a different reason, which, by the way, her donors were not informed about. Her donors had donated money to her so she could pay for her moving expenses because she was afraid for her safety due to Kiwi Farms. But that actually wasn't the case. So what was the case? Let's watch.
The truth is, I left the country because of my ex, and because I was scared of my ex. Because my ex was abusive and abused me emotionally and yelled at me and consistently coerced me into sex. That's why I left. But I couldn't tell anyone.
No one should believe anything she's saying. No one should take what she says at face value. She's a con artist, she's a liar, and I have no idea what her ex was like or how her ex treated her. I'm just saying that because you should be very suspicious of any claim coming out of this woman's mouth. She is a brazen liar, and we've got real proof of that. So now we know that that the money that she raised to move for her own safety following the swatting due to transphobes was actually used for a different purpose. At some point she alleged that she succeeded in getting Kiwi Farms taken down from the internet, and while that may have been true for a very, very short period of time, that wasn't actually the case. Kiwi Farms is up and running stronger than ever, and she refused to accept that and acknowledge that. That's a smaller thing. For me, the biggest issue here is the fact that she took advantage of kind-hearted people who donated their hard-earned money to help her out, and they ended up donating money to her when she lied about a whole host of things and did not end up using the money, over $100,000, on the intended purposes. So let's talk about where the money was actually spent. So when it comes to her new place, it turns out that she did pay rent for a new place. I mean, she didn't move for the reasons that she originally stated to raise the money, which was that she was afraid of Kiwi Farms. She moved because she was allegedly emotionally abused by her ex, which, again, don't take anything she says at face value. And so she did pay for rent, and she admitted that in the clip you're about to watch.
I'm using the GoFundMe money to pay an entire year in advance.
Now, which is not something she ever said she was going to do, and a huge departure from just moving. Clara moves into a luxury apartment, and with a low approximation amount to $28,000.
She moves into a luxury apartment and pays a full year of rent up front using that GoFundMe money, which she admitted in the clip that we showed you. Okay, great. She also admitted to using money to buy new streaming equipment for her new place with professional studio lights and everything. She also talked about using money for her personal security.
I consulted with a security company, and they made all of my devices hack-proof, and they gave me tips on not getting doxxed again. They also helped me with a whole bunch of other stuff that I can't talk about because I signed an NDA, like a non-disclosure agreement. I already hired a lawyer, and all of the information between me and my lawyer is privileged and confidential, and I can't talk about it. So the money towards the legal fund is being utilized, but until the point where I can actually talk about what I'm doing, I can't say anything.
That's very convenient that, you can't really talk about the details of how you're using that money for a legal fund. Okay. And she possibly used some of that money on drugs and definitely on rehab.
8 days into a cocaine bender, I found out that the coke that I was doing was cut with meth. So for 8 days straight, I was doing coke and meth. Started doing coke and meth and benzos, and I was planning on ordering it from the dark net.
After the backlash, Claire went into rehab on February 22nd. In the next few days, I will be in rehab. The doctor said that because the drugs have addicted, medical supervision, detoxing will kill me. Now, I'm inclined to believe her on this, given that she didn't return until about a month later. Claire later admitted that she spent more money going to rehab than she ever had on actual drugs.
I was in rehab for 34 days before I discharged. I went to the Addiction Rehabilitation Toronto facility, and it was one of the best decisions I think I've ever made.
While Addiction Rehab Toronto doesn't have prices listed on their sites, aggregators like Recovery.com price a 3-day stay at the facility at $20,000 Canadian, and that is a fourth of the entire dollar amount. It's hard to believe that expense, on top of buying enough drugs to end up there in the first place, had no bearing on how that GoFundMe money was used. One of her mods admitted the habit went a bit into the fund money at the end. However much a bit is, we might never know.
Amazing. And finally, I think one of the most damning parts of this lengthy video that Mutar put together had to do with a damning leak from a private group chat that Keffals was part of. She talks about the money that was crowdfunded, what it was used for, and how quickly it was depleted.
This is what I was shown. The first is from a screenshot from a private group chat dated November 30th, 2022. Feels really bad watching the GoFundMe deplete. The rest will cover a year's rent and my site fees if I talk to a psychologist once a week for the next 11 months. Ellen tried to comfort me by reminding me that it was an emergency fund. I kept trying to think of how it depleted so fast, and it's just so many little things. Travel and replacing furniture and helping my friends out buying new streaming gear and clothes. If legitimate, this is an admission that the GoFundMe had greatly depleted after just 2 months.
Did the donors know that Keffals was going to spend the money on psych fees, on streaming equipment, on all these things that were not listed on her GoFundMe page? Of course they didn't know that. Did they know that the group that Keffals was actually harassed by was not Kiwi Farms, based on the research that Mutar did, that it was a different platform that she, for whatever reason, did not want to go after because she didn't want to draw attention to them because of what they had been posting on their platform? Listen, I feel sick to my stomach knowing that I amplified a con artist on the show. Obviously, I did not know she was a con artist. I did not do that on purpose. But at the end of the day, I'm the host and I am responsible for what I say on this program. I'm sure some of our viewers, unfortunately, donated money to her out of the kindness of their hearts because they thought they were helping her. And so these are the kinds of stories that keep me up at night because, as I said before on the show, I feel that I have a responsibility to the audience. And if I ever make a mistake, as I did with this story, I'm going to take the time to correct it and take full responsibility for it. We have made changes in how we decide to cover certain stories now. For instance, we will not be promoting any crowdfunding unless we can vouch for the crowdfunding ourselves, unless we know the individual personally who is trying to raise money. But I would also say that for all the other mainstream media outlets who fell for this con artist, that includes The Guardian, CNN, NBC News, NPR, can we get a correction from you guys too? Because they seem to never want to revisit the work they've done and the misreporting they've engaged in. The fact that they were conned by a con artist like Keffals. And there's so many people in this country, myself included previously, who trusted these sources. And now I don't trust any of them. Because not only did they also get the story wrong, they never correct the record. And I'd like to see that correction because a bunch of people around the world were totally conned into donating to this woman's crowdfund. So she could spend the money on all sorts of stuff like a year worth of rent, psych fees, streaming equipment, rehab. If people want to donate money to her for those purposes, that's great, but she should be upfront about it, and she wasn't. She lied to people. She kept changing her story. Streamers stream all day long, so it's really hard to catch those moments when the stories are changing because if you're an adult with a full-time job, you don't have time to sit around and watch a stream all day. But at the end of the day, like, CNN has the resources to dig a little deeper, and they didn't. And so I'm sorry to you guys. I think everyone who donated to that crowdfund needed answers from Keffals, and they should be issued a refund immediately. She immediately responded to this news and the takedown video, very deeply researched video that you guys should watch for yourselves. You know how she responded to it? She said it's transphobic because she didn't like the thumbnail art that was used to depict her. It's the same type of art that's used in other thumbnails to depict other people. The weaponizing, the transphobe thing, not gonna work here. The only bad person in the story is Keffals, who literally lied to people and stole money from them. Those people deserve answers. I don't want to hear anything else from her mouth unless she's addressing when and how she's gonna refund the people that she defrauded. And again, I apologize to our audience. I take full responsibility, and I'm going to be a lot more careful and a lot more skeptical of people moving forward.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. We really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube.
Look who done got their main Twitter back. Been gone for a while, about a week, but we're back at it, boys, and I'm happy to be back. Oh, you showed everyone who the real man is in this situation, and all I got to say is this.
Baba Booey.
yeah, it's quite fun to be able to talk about this now. People can see a little bit of how the sausage is made.
I think we ultimately handled it well. Did you think, like, when you were watching this, holy we almost ruined this, like, months before it happened?
Yes, I did. I was like thinking, oh god, good job with the...
That's so funny.
It was out of my hands. I mean, look, I think you can see the messages there. My thought process was like, I don't want to reveal you as the person leaking it.
Yeah.
But that wasn't the concern. It was the person getting found out as being the leaker. That was obviously
Yeah, I mean, I don't know Cherry super well at that point, so I don't know if this is like a momentary lapse in judgment. There are many a time people have reached out like, hey, Nick, you're the drama YouTuber, right? Can you cover my story? And then they get cold feet like shortly after, and they're like, hey, actually, maybe you shouldn't do that. I was not acting with like everyone's best interest in mind when I reached out to you. Because people like will contact a drama YouTuber when they feel burned, and then go, maybe this is too far, right? So I don't know how to handle that initially. If I leaked every single thing I got in a situation like that, it probably would be pretty fucked, I guess.
I think when we spoke, you expressed concern. It could be like cold feet, or maybe even like fakes to trick you to get you to publish something that.
But that too, 100. Well, former Keffals editor reaching out to me is a red flag immediately, right? But I mean, yeah, ultimately stuff turns out to be real. It's so funny because I'm watching like the Brianna Wu stuff happen in real time, and I'm like, holy shit, I know that reference, but nobody else does. It's like I knew that Keffals wanted to burn the Brianna bridge, who, by the way, did like a ton of sweeping for Tipster at points and stuff like that. Tipster's like keeping up the charade, but as soon as Keffals publicly disavows Brianna and starts on it, all of a sudden Tipster's there, like, oh my god, dude, I can't believe you're an Anna Kasparian arc, isn't that the TYT?
Oh yes,
Yeah.
Playing they were doing a right wing arc, like just like that out of nowhere.
I hope it doesn't come across as I'm defending her today. I mean, I feel like I've said over and over, I think there's a really fair criticism here. God, maybe it's just like she's going after me the other day publicly on Twitter, and I just let it go, and I chalk it up in my head as, you know, she's going through some tough stuff. Maybe that's just my own.
Did you see the screenshot that I leaked?
Yes, I did. I was really pissed off about that.
Because it's funny because I saw you defending Tipster and them, and I'm just wondering
Did
what
I
they were
defend
thinking.
Tipster?
I think so. In the past.
In the past, I have.
Well, that's what I mean in the past, and it's like I wonder what they were thinking about you.
Yeah, it really hurt my feelings, to be honest with you.
Well,
I feel like I've been
ground on that one.
I feel like I've genuinely tried to be the best friend to her I can, and you know, I think that really made me feel hurt, to be honest.
Like everyone knows this dude's a total fucking snake, but just watching this in real time, I need other people to know about it. You know, he's still doing this. Like new community, same Tipster.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, of course. Well, can we just get something clear, okay? Yeah. Right, this was something that was a moment. There's a lapse of judgment on my part.
Oh god, dude, I give you shit every single day. You never leak anything.
Okay, because I'm getting called. Dude, they're calling me leaky logic.
No, you're good. You're good.
Right.
This is like one singular thing. I never for a moment thought, I gotta stop sending Chud stuff. I literally can't be trusted.
It was more like a moment of exuberance. Oh my god, guys, something's happening. Not like a.
No, if anything, everyone's saying this is your fault. This is your fault. I think it's my fault. I should have sent this out to people. I don't know. I had to apologize personally. I should have given these screenshots.
Honestly, I agree with you, man. You should think twice next time, alright?
Well, I sent him to Mudahar. So I guess that was the second time. I didn't learn my lesson. I actually got these people all together to talk before this video came out. Like I set up a group chat and got Muda involved, and yeah.
Okay, so let's I guess just go over some of the stuff. I mean, everyone's seen it at this point,
Yeah.
I think. But so what do you make of this then? The idea that Keffals is saying it's quite obvious. Like,
golly gee, guys, I just love doxing. Woo, I am a big time doxer, guys. Like, I love the chase. It's the hunt of the doxing that gets me personally. Meanwhile,
yeah,
I'm in danger.
right?
Yeah, just a little bit, yeah. Especially when like her whole problem is with Doxbin, and just hosting the doxes on Kiwi Farms is enough for her to attack the website. Meanwhile, she. There's like no issues sending a random editor. Hey, guess what? This is all bad information. Here's all the second thought stuff. TV lol. I'm so quirky. Yeah.
Yeah, and also the fact that happened, like I think fairly soon before, like what, a month or so before, maybe. But the Keffals Xandhal Bridge burnt, right?
Xandhal retweeted this, a tweet by Sundays, and the reason that I don't talk about my ex is that over the course of several years, my ex mentally, emotionally, and sexually abused me, and I never wanted to talk about it. I have nightmares about this stuff. And before Xan decided to bring this into our space, I never felt like I needed to address it. But when I saw this last night, I realized that I had to address this, because if I didn't address this, my silence would be read as guilt. So now I have to go over some of the most fucked up things that have ever happened in my life because Xandhal wanted to win internet points against me. How did he learn nothing from what happened with DJ Mule? The reason everyone hated DJ Mule was because DJ Mule was doing abuse apologia.
So immediately leaving, pick up self-exposed to that being revealed.
Yeah, Xandhal was objectively wrong in that situation. Probably the only Keffals W. To go at Keffals for extra reminder shot, not disavowing Shuan Head randomly. It was a total guilt by behavior thing. he dug himself a hole there, and Cherry, I guess, tried to fill that hole. That's not a good way to explain that. Cherry tried to give him information, and I guess pulled away. So Zan's like, I need this information. I've launched like this entire expose campaign, and I am fucked if you don't give me anything to work with. When in reality, he probably should have just shut his mouth to begin with, and that would have made his whole situation a lot better. So I'm not saying this is like a total Xanderhall apology, a fucking line, but the main thing I want to point out is that White Mimosa knew about this, knew about all this stuff, and swept this shit under the rug. Threatened to take down Xanderhall's website if it ever got released. This is just like the newest example of people will like completely sweep up total degenerate behavior. Like we have like literally Keffals being doxing garbage goober, like I love doxing, and fucking White Mimosa is like, seems okay to me, very private behavior here.
Yeah, well, I guess, you know, the argument that I guess White Mimosa probably make is I was just protecting Cherry.
Yeah, but then you can't use that when you look at the third message where it's like, I don't think any of these messages were bad, by the way. Like, you probably should just leave that part out and try to pretend it's all about Cherry. Yeah, no, this is not protecting the image of the group, the merch cabal. the big merch machine is going to get shut down if we talk about this publicly, each other.
Yeah, okay, so the doxing stuff, obviously, doxing bad. What do you make of this John Cena private Discord group then?
I think it's funny. I wanted that out there for a while. I remember I sent it to you. I didn't include that screenshot when I posted it, but I was like, oh my fucking god, isn't this amazing? These people are saying we're like fucking harassing them 24 hours a day and they don't think of us and we only think of them. Like, apparently Tipster's got a new private account. They're talking about on there right now. It's like, oh, everyone's obsessed with me. Meanwhile, you're fucking archiving N-word Sanks tweets about fucking Turkey Tom. What are you talking about? You're just not making money while you do it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, this obviously goes back to the Tea Party leaks, which I think you added me to a week before it all got leaked. Thanks for that. Well, that's the
even now. Yeah, even.
But like, obviously, you know, I think I looked at some of that stuff and it was shitty behavior, people doing shitty stuff. But it's like they accused the country community of being like this cabal that were clanging fucking DMs.
No, that's literally them, bro.
But they're still doing that.
He's hanging out with the guy who flagged my fucking Twitter, dude. Come on. He's got a fucking stalking server set up with the guy who flagged my shit. Yeah, 100%. I don't know. I think any action against Tipster within reason is objectively in the right.
But yeah, I mean, you know, that was obviously quite.
Do you agree with me that I think that like any single person who's defending this video based off the thumbnail and like, against this video based entirely off the thumbnail or any arbitrary aspect of it, like engage with the content of Muda's video, do you think those people are like A, supportive of the overall things that Keffals like doing, or do you think that B, they're trying to eventually sweep this thing up and it's malicious?
I think the Keffals shot the first shot of this being malicious by saying, oh, look at the thumbnail, it's really transphobic.
What about the pronouns?
Oh, the pronouns is just so absurd.
He said she 3 times in the message. You're not using the right pronouns.
It's because of the they-them thing at the end. Oh, they said they. You know, one instance today, and I'm all of a sudden it's misgendering. But yeah, I think Keffals is lashing out. I think that, you know, there's nothing wrong with the thumbnail. You know, there's an argument there. Oh, just leave it watertight and use a picture, sure. But generally speaking, I think they're making a fool of themselves by saying it's transphobic. Yeah. And I think people are latching onto that, and it's because maybe some are malicious, but I think some people genuinely are so wrapped up in the Keffals thing they don't want to face the fact that maybe there was some misdeeds and there was fucking fraudulent shit. So they kind of just tell themselves, oh, this is just another transphobic hit piece, which Keffals takes advantage of by saying, look at this thumbnail, it's really bad. You know?
The trans community just can't take a W on this. We have to have discourse over a thumbnail. We have to talk about who drew the thumbnail. We have to talk about legislation. I understand the legislation problem. Don't get me wrong. It's, you go on a Twitch panel, you can't escape it. It's one of the main subject matters that we discuss on stuff like this. But I feel like it's not a prerequisite when you're in a situation as bad as this. Like, people can't condemn what is obviously bad. That discourse is not allowed to happen in this community. You have to look past that, and that just makes the community, of course, as a whole.
This is the problem with progressives. It's not just trans people. There's no self-correcting mechanism in the progressive space, which is why you've got these nut jobs praising Hamas and pretending that the October 7th rapes didn't happen, right? It's just getting crazier and crazier, and it's not even about any public policy anymore. So I share your assessment. Like, where's the self-policing from the community?
Yeah, and I think people who are doing this saying, like, dude, this thumbnail is like, I have people writing me, they're like, that thumbnail looks like a man. It has the facial structure of a man. And I'm like, dude, that looks just like Keffals with sweat. It's a picture of Keffals with fucking sweat. You are self-reporting, sir, ma'am, sir, okay? The fucking picture isn't any different than how Just a Worm draws cis women. It's total fucking slander on the artist. That guy's got his account privated right now, bro. Like, if you're looking at that going, well, this image looks like a man, it's like, that says more about you than it does about me, right? Like, I don't understand this whole weird narrative angle. I think these people look at Keffals scamming tons of donators, running the DIY HRT thing. They won't even deny this, by the way. I think this is support of that without having to, like, accurately come out and say you're supporting all of that stuff.
Yeah, that is another angle I've seen, which is you've got some trans people that are swearing by the HRD.
Well, these people were totally cool retweeting Keffals saying, I'm going to trans your kids. But now all of a sudden, oh, this thumbnail is bad. It's a little interesting, you know? It's a little, I guess you can't say the quiet part out loud anymore.
Yeah, for sure. I think that there is, you know, this all fucking gender shit, okay? Which, basically, people have got this survivorship bias where they think, I'm trans, this would benefit me, therefore it could benefit anyone, therefore I'm going to support it. But it's clear, based on the, femboy mass person, that that's not true, and there are people that are potentially getting fucking hurt by this.
100%. Right? I think if you're a trans viewer, you should be bumping Kendrick Lamar while you're watching this. Like, they not like us. You see, like, Keffals, Vosh, Tips, they not like us, they not like us. Because, like, all these people are like, holy shit, there's this huge trans panic, everyone thinks we're fucking pedophiles. Meanwhile, you got Keffals coming out and doing shit like that. This is why people are saying that stuff about you. Avoid these people. Avoid people like Keffals, who are like, yeah, dude, I love getting fucking children HRT. Or probably, like, avoid them. And then maybe you can rebuild your community.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, do you want to hang out with the Lolicon man? Like, I don't know, like, who do you want representing you?
Well, I mean, I think they kind of made their choice with Vosh somewhat, right? Like, I don't think he's been dropping viewership since his controversy. Yeah.
But I don't know, like, you know what, dude, after the Lolicon controversy for Vosh, they put this guy, did you see what's that group called, Brianna Wu was in it and she got unceremoniously thrown out.
Oh, is it what, the trans group chat thing?
No, not a trans group chat.
Oh, no, Progressive Victory.
Dude, Progressive Victory was looking for their newest W, and they sent Lolicon Vosh in to, like, work with a congressman. I'm hearing privately, I don't know for a matter of fact if this part's true. People are asking, like, if this guy knows that Vosh just had this huge, massive controversy, and they're like, oh, that's all online shit. He doesn't even know about that. I think we'll be fine. Like, what a fucking idiot. You're called Progressive Victory, and you sent Lolicon Vosh in there to go fucking, get this guy elected. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, and they're doing, like, IRL canvassing efforts a month after his drop.
Because I actually saw there was a video from Progressive Victory, and it was had Vosh.
Yeah, all these people are like, conservatives are calling us pedophiles, conservatives are calling us pedophiles. And then they go and do shit like this. No, we're also contributing to this narrative. You need to stop.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's absolutely insane. I mean, you know, speaking from personal experience, I don't see people on board that stuff. Obviously, there's that stream that they had of me saying crazy racist stuff when I was drunk with jokers. And, you know, it was up for ages on the channel, and no one thought to take it down. Like, hang on a sec, this is a bit much.
No, all these people are idiots. They're totally brain dead.
Yeah, they don't know what the fuck.
They should call it progressive sabotage.
Yes, true. But yeah, I mean, I think it's been taken down now.
Yeah, Keffals takes this shit personally when they say, like, you're a bad advocate for trans people or something. It makes it like a meme, but realistically, I can't think of a worse one. Like, this person literally fucking took your money. They took your job, bro. I don't get it.
What is, like, the ethical way to do this? To have kindness for someone that's going through something difficult but is making bad decisions, but also hold people accountable? Because it feels like we're going to those extremes there, right? Like, we're
Metric
looking
has
the
to be
other
hurting
way.
people. It has to be victims. And I think that there are in this case. I think
Who
that
is the victim? Who's the victim?
$100,000 of money.
I'm a victim? Me?
Yeah.
I'm a victim?
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not just you. It's every single trans person who has to make a GoFundMe in the future. And people go, well, where's my money going this time? I thought this was going to someone whose life was in danger, and they spent it on fucking a GoPro.
I think it's a little, I hear what you're saying. I think the long-term answer for trans healthcare cannot be GoFundMe. So I think
No,
it's
it is right now. That's the current state of
I think
it. It survives off goodwill.
Yeah.
Dude, seeing the itinerary, that was one thing I'd known for a while, and it makes so much sense. So this is what happened, right? This is the fucking actual catalog of events that happened. I'll take you through it, all right? Keffals gets fucking swatted, okay? Then Keffals comes out and fucking says, I'm in danger, okay? The police now know my whole predicament, and the only place that I could be safe is Ireland, because there is no doxing in Ireland, okay? There is no doxing in Bossing Say. Even though the police in my neighborhood know that I've just been swatted, and know that they just put out this fucking false thing about me, okay? I need to go to Ireland because Ireland is a safe haven from doxing. The Kiwi Farms doesn't operate in Ireland, okay? So she flies across the fucking country, right? And she's still maintaining, like, I'm in danger. While I was posting pictures of where she is. There's like the tweet that went out that was like, oh, Ireland is huge, they'll never find me. Meanwhile, she's staying with someone who's already been doxed. Address is already out there, right? Then she spends the I'm in danger money to buy an IRL streaming setup to go to a place where a bomb threat was called in, okay? And saying like, I need to stream from this place that Kiwi Farms is actively targeting with the money that I raised because I'm currently in danger. Then, after all of this, she realized, holy shit, none of this makes any fucking sense. Guys, I left because my partner fuck out of me, and I stole all the money and I used it to get out of the country, and I told you it was because of swatting, but I actually wasn't in danger. What I was actually trying to do was provoke Kiwi Farms so I can get the website shut down that didn't dox me because that was dox spam.
Also, saying that on a stream called I Was Raped.
And it's Xander Hall's fault. Do you remember that, bro? She opened up, she's like, I need to talk about my graphic sex assault with tits in the thumbnail because Xander Hall retweeted someone on Twitter.
I have nightmares about this stuff. And before Zan decided to bring this into our space.
You knew what the fuck you were. That was the hardest intro I've ever talked about. I need to graphically relive my beep boop because Xander Hall has retweeted my ex beep boop. That's why I took your money. Like, holy shit, dude. This person is demonic. They lied the entire time.
Yeah. Yeah, it was so odd because they completely fit the story, and like because them getting doxxed by Kiwi Farms to the point to leave the country was a big pillar that what the whole campaign was built on, and then that was taken away, and it was actually my ex partner was being abusive, and nothing seemed to change from that camp. They didn't go, hang on a minute, that seems a bit fucking wrong that you lied about that. It was just kind of accepted as a new narrative, and Keffals got, I believe, at the time in the stream, loads of support. Oh my god, that's so bad. I'm so sorry for you. You know, right? Crazy.
Yeah, the woke tweet is that Kiwi Farms didn't do the things Keffals accused of. The base tweet is that Kiwi Farms didn't make trans people kill themselves either, and that Keffals stands with dead trans people to try to grift her argument because she has no actual basis in reality to argue from. So she invokes people like Terry person who actually were not killed by Kiwi Farms to try to gain sympathy.
Keffals does have a temper. I've got a temper. She wanted to strike back and destroy them. I think
But
that's
she's doing it wearing like the trauma equivalent of blackface. She's
You can
recounting
make
all
your
the
own
stories of
assessment
like
if that's
she's talking
good
about
or
like
bad.
dead people.
I'm saying there's another possibility of what her motives are.
I know, but she's talking about dead people in comparison to her own story that didn't happen. You understand? Like she's like pulling up people who killed themselves and using them as examples why we need to push her story that's not real to take on a website that didn't specifically harm her the way she's claiming.
Sure.
And not actually going after the real perpetrator.
Sure.
And then I asked her about it and she told me, well, I don't think there's enough momentum. So you thinking about this like it's an op? Is this like a business move? Because that's how she spoke to me. That's what I got from this.
Yeah.
Is this all fake? It's all fabricated.
You know, I'd have to look more into this story to say.
Maybe it's just because my audience has shifted to a bunch of racists, bigots, and doxers. But I feel like the Kiwi Farm stuff now, I no longer really care. I'm like, yeah, fucking use Kiwi Farms. Like, no one seems to be like, no, you can't use that website. Like, I don't know, it feels like it's changed a bit. I think there's a bit more, in some ways, the Kiwi Farm stuff, I think it's led some people, like me included, to recognizing it's not nearly as bad as people make out, you know? It's kind of brought more
As someone whose address is on the site, I mean, there are certainly negatives. But no, I mean, yeah, I think a lot of it's overblown. I actually responded to a Kiwi farmer today on my main Twitter.
Okay.
Oh, you read the tweet, yeah? Because the person on there was like, leak everything now. And I go, like, I gave you most of the Keffals stuff through Mutahar or just through my main Twitter. But like tipster stuff, I want to give it a couple days to sit. You know,
I've seen this before. They love it when stuff just gets leaked and then it's all accessible.
No, because I genuinely think if you leak it all in one day, you don't really get the actual effects of it. Like Tipster's having the worst day of his life for the last 2 days. What is me adding more nuclear shit to the pile? I'm gonna do that now. I need to wait until Tipster thinks things are good and then hit him again. That's how you effectively damage people.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think there's a balance there. It's like if you get something, yeah, you want a bit of control. It's like if a not to call ourselves newspapers, but if a press outlet gets some information, like the cabal thing or whatever, they'll do it over a few days, right? They'll do like, okay, here's your new, and for you, here's your new tip 10 for the day. Boom, there we go.
Well, because also he only found out Cherry was the leaker this morning, like not yesterday
No way.
afternoon. Well, maybe it was maybe the night, right? But anyways, they wiped Tipster wiped all the DMs with Cherry from redact.dev very recently. So now I think he knows what I have. So now it's a little mind games, you know, a little fun mind games.
I've actually got just a couple of questions here.
Sure.
The first one, well, I'll do it the other end. So this one here, why do you think the Keffals went after the farms and not website zero?
Well, I asked her this twice publicly, and my response to that is like, I think that all of these people. people have like the difference between me and Keffals and our like things on QB forums is Keffals has a whole thread, and it dialogues her porn history, right? It goes through like all these other things, like her Canadian Communist Party stuff. There's stuff that she probably doesn't want to be publicly accessible. Whereas for me, it's like this guy's really fat, and this is where he lives, right? Like I have no problem with the site existing because I don't have the sordid history of shit that Keffals has. That Keffals probably doesn't want people to see. I think that a huge percentage of people who are super anti-QB forums are anti-QB forums for doxing, but I think a content creator perspective is this is like the archive of stuff that I don't know a moderator that I can get taken down. I can get a YouTube video taken down. I can report that for harassment. I can't get this fucking archive of everything I've said and done removed off of the internet. And that's kind of my wake up take on QB forums is a lot of these people who really don't like the site probably have done really heinous fucking things in the past, and this is the last. Avenue to host that information one Google search away that you can't get taken down.
I'm just getting information here now. The dam is breaking, and about an hour ago, someone called Starboxsphere, who is like a trans Twitter account with a bunch of followers, has done a thread shitting on Keffals.
I mean, you kind of have to, right? A huge portion of the trans audience spends their time donating to GoFundMes for people, right? Like that's a huge aspect of being trans on social media. Is that these people need surgeries, these people need like housing, they're being chased out of their house by like abusive people, partners, and all that shit, right? So like, you have to like have some sort of trust in GoFundMes. If you take advantage of that trust, people won't give anyone else money.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, we on this channel I spoke about before. I'm having facial feminization surgery. I'm having bottom surgery. I'm having this surgery. I'm getting kicked out. Give me money. Give me. Very common thing that you see is the GoFundMe trans industrial complex. I think is what I think of it as.
Yeah.
And I think this is very shaking the trust of that. And some of these trans people, wow, I think they should get a fucking job. But some of them in their mind
They
rely
can't get a
on
job. They're autistic.
Well, I mean, but anyway, yeah, I think this is going to have an impact, and I think that Keffals is probably going to try and ignore it, which honestly is the best bet. I mean, I don't really care what. I mean, Keffals is a fucking fraudster as far as I'm concerned. So, fuck that person. But like, I think that they're going to try and hide from it. But I think more people are going to start to see it, and I don't think it's going to be strong enough to just say it's transphobic. And I think already people are questioning why is everything always fucking transphobic? Oh, Moots is transphobic. Oh, now this Starboxia person, are they transphobic? Like, they're trans. I just honestly, I think about like kind of good drama month really, and I feel like this is a major drama now. Is the Keffals.
I'm really happy about that because I think the Keffals tipster drama was probably my best month this year so far. So I'm happy to see it round 2. And I was teasing it back then, dude. I said April is coming. I was a little bit late, but I was like, come on, Keffals, April's coming. I knew it was happening.
Yeah, what's your plan then? What's your content release schedule for this tipster nonsense?
I'm not going to say much because I haven't really been hitting goals, and I also don't want to give out videos. But I plan to release these 2 screenshots in some way, shape, or form. That'll be pretty funny, and that's kind of the goal there. You know what's really cool? I found out that I can use this in a project. Is Kendrick Lamar made his Not Like Us diss track free for copyright, right?
Wow.
Like you can just use that in videos. I was testing it yesterday and playing a little bit on stream each time. But like that means you can make a lot of memes with like A minor and stuff like that. So like I can really implement that into the future projects.
Yeah. Listen, mate, listen, it's been a pleasure. I'm glad we managed to get a bit of fun behind the scenes stuff between us revealed. That was fun.
Yeah. It's always fun to hear about how disjointed and retarded we are. They think we're so cold and calculated. That like people put like the DMs where it was like the rape council of Lyrix or whatever, or like fake DMs of us chatting, and then the real DMs are like, dude, you guys see these? Don't leak them. You're like, I'm gonna leak them. Like, no.
Yeah, it's not really very accurate, is it? I think some people took that seriously. They thought that was genuine.
Dude, you know that they're fake when it says, dude, Mr. Sen is messaging me. This guy can't get in contact with me.
Well, I think Mr. Sen was one of the people that it looked like he thought it was real, but who knows? Who knows? Okay, mate. Well, listen, thanks for coming on. Is there anything else you want to say to the audience before we wrap up?
No, I don't have any funny names, but thank you for having me. It was fun being here.
Pleasure. Catch you later, mate. Right.
Hello.
What's up, Rihanna?
Hello? Rihanna?
Yeah, that is Rihanna Wu.
Oh.
You didn't think it was me. I'm not a YouTuber, dude. Why would I have, like, that YouTube channel is like my pinball machine malfunctioning and showing, like, clips to technicians. So,
No,
yeah, that's right.
I don't know anything about, I know you were big during Gamergate, so
Yeah.
I figured you just had, like, a big YouTube channel or something.
No.
I didn't know. Okay.
I've never been a YouTuber at all.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Well, I just want to warn you, we are not the kind of guys to have like the trans conversation with. We're kind of except for Beckett.
No worries. Yeah,
So
I was just listening to your show. Just listening to your stuff.
So if you want to give your or clarify, you're welcome to.
Oh my God. No, I think you're right. I mean, like a lot of people, you know, Jenny was telling me she thought that statement came off as defending Keffals, and I think that's fair criticism. I obviously can't defend any of the shit in that video. I contributed to Keffals GoFundMe. It was, you know, disappointing to see how some of that was spent. So I don't know. I just wanted to say, like, I obviously can't defend that. Don't defend that. I just like watching it. I wanted to see a sentence from him, just acknowledging that, you know, healthcare for minors is being dismantled in the United States. And to me, it's exactly like abortion. If you take away women's access to legal, they're going to go get it in illegal ways. And I think the same thing is true for minors. So, you know, if we're serious about keeping kids safe, because I don't want any of these kids to do DIY hormones, right? We've got to get really serious about funding this area of public policy, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask you, like,
I'd 100% agree with you, but
Yeah.
my thing would just be, I just disagree with the money should be spent, kind of deal, right? Like,
How do you mean?
I personally don't think, right, that you should allow them to alter their bodies in such a way, right,
Sure.
at that young age. For example, I'm all for funding, you know, mental health specialists, stuff like that, or programs to help them cope with it in that way until they are older and they can, you know what I mean? That
Yeah.
would be my approach. But again, I'm not a doctor, kind of deal. But
So
that's
a
just what
lot of
I would
people think that you can, like, to use your words, chop your off before you're 18, and that's just not true. Like, they will do things to stop it from, like, permanently screwing up your body, but, like, the really big stuff, you do have to wait till you're of age, and I think people are just under a misimpression about that.
So I've got some general questions about this whole Keffals stuff. Firstly, so I mean, you said you gave money and you supported, while at the same time a lot of people were calling out Keffals' general actions, her actions towards Destiny. I mean, you seem to be on good terms with Destiny. How do you like equate those two things?
Well, one of the things I try to do here is not get involved in drama as much as I can. So, you know, look, I like Destiny a lot. I consider him a friend. I'm friends with a lot of the Orbiters, right? And it really seems to be like everybody's been telling me this whole time, like, Keffals has some issues, right? And I've just tried to stay with it as much as I can. You know, but there's some stuff here that clearly deserves an answer. I get that.
Do you like? I mean, have you seen like Tipster and his interactions with Keffals and stuff? I believe there were some DMs at some point.
I mean, I've seen them interact. I mean, I used to consider Tipster a friend before he started going after me on Twitter and calling me an Conspirian. So, you know, I kind of don't know where that relationship is right now.
I mean, you kind of watched him run this defense and like the DMs leaked in this that he's like he'd have to think about defending Keffals over an allegation, or if Keffals actually somebody like. I mean, does that make you? But I mean, does that make you question at all, kind of like some of the people you've had previous interactions with on that side of the sphere? Because like this has been called for years,
100%.
and like.
You know, I think, like, anyone that looks at my Twitter can see October 7th really opened my eyes up about a lot of stuff on the progressive side that I've just looked the other way on for a decade, right? And it's at a point where I can't do that anymore. It's like I'm taking a blowtorch to my career and my friendships. But I'm not going to sit silent on a lot of this just crazy anymore. So, yeah, and that includes things like this dynamic.
Do you have any other like general going Matt?
People in chat are asking me, what's your opinion on the Cowboy rant and Discord and everything?
So I want to be really honest with you. So when I watched that video, most of what I was thinking about was the fact that Maya was quoted so closely with that. Maya's a friend of mine. So I was just listening to like Mudahar talk about that dynamic. I'm just thinking like, you don't know Maya at all. Like you're taking the stuff she's saying here at face value and so dead seriously. And you don't know that she's just hilarious, like saying stupid shit. Like she's essentially a 4chan kid, even though she's a political professional in the Democratic Party. So that was my main thought about that section, how hilarious it was to be taking what Maya was popping off with in Discord so seriously.
Right. Okay. What's your opinion on... Oh, go ahead, Beavers.
Oh, okay. I wanted to ask you, so I understand that not everybody's going to feel the same way, blah, 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 blah. But obviously, I'm not involved in the trans community whatsoever, right? Outside
Smart.
spectator.
Very smart.
Yes. The Mudahar video, did you find that video transphobic?
Nope.
Like, no?
Nope.
So obviously everybody can feel differently, but I just wanted to find out for somebody that's, you know, more...
There's no feeling on that. There's no transphobia there. And there's some stuff I think he could have said a little bit more skillfully, but it's so around the edges that who gives a shit? Like, real talk, like the trans community has got to grow the fuck up and put their big boy pants on or big girl pants on and, accept that, some people are going to have some... not everything is going to be phrased in a way that is like community safe. Like it's absurd, some of this stuff. I thought the thumbnail discourse was silly. If there's a way to draw a trans person to look ugly, which all of Mudahar's videos do, and not have it be transphobic, I'm not aware of one. I think that's just the style and you need to live with it. So yeah, I think that entire discourse is unfounded.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Nice. So I mean, like,
where's even the legit argument that it was transphobic? I mean, he used her correct pronouns.
Yeah.
He, advocated trans healthcare repeatedly. He denounced transphobia. He kept it focused on the issues. I mean, there's just no legit argument that that was transphobic.
Yeah. Well, the argument is mainly based on the fucking the thumbnail.
Yeah, well,
the thumbnail. That's it. Like,
I don't
honestly
want
see it.
I don't want
myself.
to blow your mind, but the trans Twitter conversation is sometimes not based on reality. I don't want to upset you, but that sometimes can be the case.
Right.
So we're not crazy then. Awesome.
Well, my last question would be, what's your opinion on Tipster?
I think Tipster has some kind of psychology that makes him a super, super loyal friend. And I think it's part of the reason why he's really bonded with Keffals. I think Keffals trusts him, and I think Tipster really enjoys being trusted. And I think they do have a close relationship. And I think that's kind of beautiful because Keffals, like her or hate her, she is someone dealing with a lot of trauma. And I think she really worries. I think she looks for people to surround herself with that she can really trust. And I think they found that together. You know, that said, I certainly have a blind spot with some of my friends. It can cause me to miss things. And I think, you know, Tipster has that in some ways as well.
So like, okay, this is where I think I'd push back on you because I don't think that's. I think Tipster desperately wants to have friends. From what I've seen, I don't think that's an outlet take. But I think, you know, it's like. Keffals has shown herself to be, and I think this is why she's a terrible person to have been platformed and pushed as hard as she was, as somebody who doesn't actually give a shit. Like, with the Vosh stuff, Keffals was quite happy to throw Tipster under the bus to save her own skin and then run away and leave him to clean up the mess. It's not something you do when you give a shit about somebody. And again, again, like, the signs were all there, so when you've got, like, in the future, are you now going to look at kind of like people who are, I don't know, getting that bit of activist clout and kind of like more carefully assess like the damage you could potentially do from like platforming and promoting these people? Because you're not a small voice.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair criticism. And yeah, our mutual friend Jenny has really tried to bitch slap some sense into me lately about being a little bit more critical in how I evaluate people. I think one thing that makes me good at my job in politics is I genuinely see the best in people. And I think when you're trying to lead, you reflect that back on people in a way that makes it's constructive for getting things done. But I clearly have a blind spot at the same time. So I think when it comes to the progressive sphere after October 7th, I'm really having a realization that there's a lot of toxic shit that I've just been part of that is not good for my country. I don't think it's good for your country. And I think we need an honest discussion about this. You look at my Twitter every day, it's swear to God war. These progressives hate me now. And that's fine, because I don't particularly like them either. So I agree with that assessment.
Do you think of the accusations that, like, in the most uncharitable way, because I want to stay slightly neutral for the purpose of this, like, of this Discord being a pink pilling zone, of trying to get vulnerable people who may have, like, other issues going on and being like, hey, have you considered that you're trans, and then pushing them in that direction?
I literally tested everything before the stream, and then it breaks in the middle of that. That's fucking annoying. It wasn't that I wasn't looking at chat, it's that I was glance over and everything would refresh in a certain rate, and I'd be reading it at a certain rate. And because I can't pause this game, I wasn't looking at exactly what everyone was saying. There are certain names that I look for in chat room. There are certain names in chat that I look to look at specific things that are being said. And when I saw Horror's name come up multiple times, specifically with capitals, that's when I was being able to notice things. Also, drop the fucking 1 hour silence shit, guys. It's not helping. That doesn't actually communicate information to me that I can actively use. Because when you say 1 hour silent, each of you, it sounds like it's doing a meme instead of someone trying to communicate effective information to me. Anyways, apologies. How do I even summarize everything that was said there in the beginning? I can actually summarize the last thing that I said. It is of my opinion that when it comes to Kiwi Farms, for example, you cannot do anything involving the website or Joshua Moon or people who are around the website unless you are specifically keeping it on topic the way that Munohar and the way that Wu gave Munohar his flowers on the subject matter of the situation. It's not helpful to involve them in any way. It was discussed actually last night, but you all don't need to know those details. But it was discussed that there are certain people that we basically cannot have around the podcast. So there's that. That's the second thing. Second thing, on top of the Kiwi Farms connection, and this ties to Munohara and the rest of the commentary community's criticisms, ultimately, the general problem is that you need certain people to address certain things, and Brianna Wu in this situation is being used as the font of the trans community, so them communicating these issues to her through them is an effective way to get this over the hurdle, because as I've said multiple times before, get the door real quick, as I've said multiple times before, the ultimate problem is there are people who just absolutely turn individuals out. It's not something that should happen very often, but it does happen even in my chat room and in my audience. There are certain people who that when they speak, I don't necessarily ignore them, but my mind and my ears and my eyes go blind to them. I will actively ignore the information because in my brain, when this person speaks, they're not really always talking about anything important. Bad habit for me, but I know why I developed that habit now, and it's because when I first started my career, I would like to hear from everybody. And yesterday was actually a part of the demonstration of the information about bisex, Shizzy, as his name is. And he just refused to take accountability. And his worst glazers effectively were incapable of addressing problems. When it came to discussing things, I'm inside the broadcast room now, so in case something like that happens again, you can tell me, or I need to just make sure I sit inside the broadcast room so when something like that happens, somebody can communicate that to me directly. That's the other thing, to answer your DM. The best way to do that is for you to be able to tell me directly, because if it's not happening in my DM, somebody would come in and tell me that my microphone cut off somehow like that for an entire hour. There are people that when they come through, and we all saw this because you all were there when I dealt with the friend of Ben's who thought it was an acceptable thing to filibuster my show for a week straight and then not even listen to the comments that were being told to him about how his behavior affected the thing that he claims he cares about, but can't spend 75% of his time not paying attention to. There are people that my brain tunes out verbally and visually. Because yesterday, in the case with Shizzy, every single time I asked somebody, when they would say, you guys can't listen to what he said. What did he say? I know you didn't watch it, you didn't listen to what he said. So what did he say? My brother in Christ, please summarize his opinion. Give me the links you believe I need to have in order to tune into this. Please, make it clear to me. Make it make sense. It's not my job to do it. Why did you watch it? My brother in Christ, I sent one comment to this man, and his reaction to that was to try to block everyone who's criticizing him and act like a fucking retard. You need to give me the link, because I can't find it. And I'm not going to go looking for it in wrong places, because I want to make sure that what you give me, when I look at it and I say the exact same shit that I said based on my first initial look, that you need to understand it's not about him being black, because I'm black. It's not about him being a VTuber, because I could care less about the VTuber shit. Which means that my opinion is going to be raw and honest. It's because he's being cringe. And they would just keep going on and on and on in a horrible portmanteau of the man race like SpongeBob SquarePants argument about the goddamn wallet. It makes my brain tune out. And there are sometimes, even there, where there are just certain people's names in chat that my brain mentally starts tuning out when they say things because, this person's they're just talking about things. It's not anything I need to look into. And it's a really bad habit. It's a very bad habit to break, but there's a reason why it exists. It's because I just have to start tuning things out now to keep conversations focused. I can't react to everything. I can't answer everything because it's not necessary to. And I've been given information that the best way for me to do that is to just be fucking blunt with you. Be short, curt, and blunt. If somebody misunderstands something when I explain it as simple as I fucking can, that's your problem. Otherwise, I'd need to Devin Nash you. I need to bring the notebook back. I need to bring the notepad back. I need to make sure people understand my arguments and my logic as I walk through them. I need you to... It needs to be understood and known that that's how I handle things. People need to trust me to do that. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that I can't take criticism. I'm not ignoring those criticisms, and I'm not trying to downplay those criticisms. But I am addressing the fact that that's what just happened there for an hour. It also doesn't help that in this game I cannot pause, and it's not going to pause the server when I pause the game. And that when I use the mini player, I have to click over, and I can only be able to look at the screen every now and again when looking at my second side screen, which was currently set onto TikTok. Because I figured, hey, if I have tech issues that are extremely problematic, the chat's going to come together and actually address it. It's not helpful when multiple people are like, bro, it's just funny at this point, because I'm assuming you're talking about something else. It needs to be clear that you're talking about something serious that actually needs my attention. Anyways. That's what happens when you have random tech mistakes. Even when you check everything 3 times over. And then the last thing they just said.
Being a little bit more critical in how I evaluate people.
It is of my opinion and belief, based on information that I've received from other people. Uh, 7 p.m. EST? I think you left around that time, Callum. That's what had happened. I think you left around that time, because right after that had happened, I went over to the thing and then I came back. Because there were about 5 people who were waiting, including Grace. But you probably went to bed early. But if the link should be posted on the server, and it should also be posted, and if it's not, I'm going to go post it there now. The link should be posted on the server, and if you have the ability to go to the link for the broadcast, you can be able to rewatch the broadcast properly. So, who is tagging me in this? I see Vito Comedy's doing shit again. I'm gonna respectfully ask you guys not to tag me in Vito Quality bullshit. Here it is. But on the consideration of Tipster, it is of my opinion and belief, after studying Tipster's behavior and the way that he's carried himself from the situations that he's been involved in, that Tipster likes to be upper echelon. He likes to be inner circle. Because he likes to believe that he has information that nobody else has. And unfortunately, this means that it is very hard to disabuse him and Keffals of this behavior. Because Keffals and Tipster and other people who behave like this are people who have the confidence to act like an asshole because they perceive themselves to have things that other people don't have. And this nature of believing themselves above reproach because they have the real information is an annoying factor that is very, very, very hard to recompense in the roundabout ways that it has to be addressed. It's a very deep, considerable issue that is very hard to address simply because it is a goddamn problem. At a little after midnight my time, I put the CCM1 text chat to let me know when it was time for movie because you were halfway through a game and I was irritated, so I chose not to voice my question. Must have been the last game that we were playing. I understand. I apologize that nobody gave you a good notification, but I did put inside of movie nights. I put inside of movie nights that when the event was going live that it was being worked on. It's okay. There'll be another movie night. You can always watch the VOD. But Tipster believes that he is somebody who is upper echelon, so he will behave in a certain way depending on that knowledge. And his understanding of how to behave using that knowledge is what informs his behavior and is what makes him what he is. It is hard to describe otherwise. But that is the long and short of Tipster's behavior as a whole. He believes himself to be someone who should have that knowledge and he should be trusted with that information, so he behaves in that way. Him and Keffals and other people are known for doing this. They are individuals that justify their behavior by saying, look, all my friends know what I'm doing. I'm the one who's in the right here. You can't say anything to me. It's a very common behavior. And the only way to truly address it and to deal with it is to accept that the only way to deal with these people and this attitude is to effectively disabuse them of this notion at all times. That is the only way to actually do it. I wish they weren't like that, but yeah, it gotta be like that. Because if you don't do it that way, you are effectively not really getting to the brass tacks of what's causing the problems. Because Keffals' problem is that Keffals was platformed by another person who should have never been platformed, who then platformed another person in turn. In this case, using Tipster as a bodyguard to control who would have access to information and who wouldn't. As well as all the normal things that go about when somebody tries to stop people from having access to information. Which I've talked about at length before. But it goes to the point of, here's a person who's willing to lie, cheat, steal, and pillage, that will say everything about them is right, but then people who judge them for, quote, doing what they do are not to be trusted allies. But when but when Tipster does what he does, and Keffals does what she does, we're meant to just take their word for it. We're meant to just accept that, listen bro, nobody could have ever done anything wrong. Nobody could have ever foreseen this happening. It's like, yeah, we could have. And you could have not been a fucking spurg when you did this. But you were a spurg when you did this, so what were you going to do next? These things inform behaviors. And it is what controls the levers of power as it is. In my opinion, with people Nicholas Diorio, I don't see them as people who should have that lever either. The lever should never be controlled by a person. It's controlled by, is this something relevant for the situation? That's what's supposed to control the relevant level of trust, information, and power. If the information is solid and the person delivering it is delivering it in a way that it can be communicated and digested, it should be accepted, and nobody should be trying to stop that information from being seen and heard. But unfortunately, we live in a time period where a person who wants to be seen and heard may not have the best intentions. So they still have to go through the checksums. And even if they dislike it, they have to accept that that's how it has to be. There are rules to these things. And there are people who don't like respecting those rules. However, further past the point of tipster, I have misgivings about any person who does this because everybody should. In a business, ironically enough, Nicholas Zero said itself in his own video, people are willing to cover news and drama. It's just that, are you the ones making the most money when you do so? I believe everybody should get their bag. We can all be eaten. I'm very much a proponent of bringing people who have a right to have claim to things being brought in on the ground level and being able to have the right to say, yeah, I deserve to have my flowers here. I deserve to be given some credit here. I helped make this possible. I helped do this. I helped do that. That's something that should be allowed. That's something that needs to be accepted. That, yeah, guys and girls, and men and women and trans people of all kinds, if you earned the stripes, if you did the work, if you put in your dues, and someone denies you of what you believe you were deserved, hard work, effort, stolen, because somebody else decided, nah, I want to get the credit. I want to get the glaze. You definitely have the right to be annoyed and upset about that. And in terms of trans narratives, in terms of trans platforming, Keffals definitely did steal from people who probably better deserve that position. I don't care if they're trans, I don't care if they're cis, I don't care if they're what, it doesn't matter. These words shouldn't matter, this shit shouldn't matter. But even then, I still have misgivings about people like Brianna Wu too. So I take all of this with a grain of salt. Because the question I always have in the back of my mind is, does Brianna Wu truly believe this? Or is this because they understand that they could never be able to defend this person in this situation? Are they only willing to do this now because they realize that people are wise to the techniques and tricks of Goo Brigade? Or they unironically understand that what they did was a sin, and now they've unleashed a kraken worse than what it was ever done before in the past? These are the questions that enter my mind that make me think about these situations. They're what I meditate on and think about while I hear conversations like this. So I'm not just sitting here passively playing the game when that happens. I'm actively looking at the conversation as a whole. If I were to have the thumbnail open, if I was to have the can you tag them? If I was to have the notepad open, I would definitely have a section on this addressing my concerns of, is this how they feel because they were caught? Is this how they feel because of how they do things? Etc. I've got a shield! These are just some things. Hello, Soupy. These are just some things that I think about when I think about situations like this when I'm hearing them.
I think one thing that makes me good at my job in politics is I genuinely see the best in people. And I think when you're trying to lead, you reflect that back on people in a way that makes it's constructive for getting things done. But I clearly have a blind spot at the same time. So I think when it comes to the progressive sphere after October 7th, I'm really having a realization that there's a lot of toxic shit that I've just been part of. It is not good for my country. I don't think it's good for your country, and I think we need an honest discussion about this. You look at my Twitter every day, it's swear to God war. These progressives hate me now, and that's fine, because I don't particularly like them either. So I agree with that assessment.
There is no space in my inventory.
That's new.
Do you think of the accusations that, like, in the most uncharitable way, because I want to stay slightly neutral for purposes of this, like, of this Discord being a pink pilling zone of trying to get vulnerable people who may have like other issues going on and being like, hey, have you considered that you're trans, and then pushing them in that direction is a form of, like, would you describe that as abusive?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you are opening yourself up to civil and criminal liability. Don't do that. That's not something, you can't do it ethically. You can listen, like if you're a trans person, you can listen to a child, you can try to relate to a child. I suppose you could try to be a child's friend, but to push them to transition, no, your only message should be, well, you need to go talk to a doctor, like leave that to professionals. That's not appropriate, period.
Okay.
I mean, do you disagree with that? Is there an argument on the other side of that?
That's my question away. One of my
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're doing a great job. I'm listening until I get to my question.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead. And come.
Well, here's another question. It's got to do with Catboy Rant. When that Catboy Rant.
Did she run it? Did she run it?
He was on that Catboy Rant Twitter was Keffals.
Okay.
And you saw how that person with Keffals ran that account. They talked highly inappropriate
I must make room if I want to carry them.
minors
From my
that were
I rejuvenate.
interacting with that account.
So, Enough Raymond Weasley, I literally, like when I watch long YouTube videos, I don't watch it the whole time.
Oh look,
listen
reinforced
to it,
plank.
And if that was in there, I missed it. I will rewatch that and ask you about it later. Sure.
It'll be in
So
the
for the
last
sake of
order
this
that video.
conversation, I will just take what you're saying as true.
Yeah, she talked very inappropriate to
Sure.
I must
minors,
make room if I
and
want to carry
honestly, I think that's the whole reason why she was going after Kiwi Farms, because they already had it wrong.
Well, I would
My
say
bags
this.
are
I think
full.
it is, I think you should not talk to minors in a way that implies anything sexual. I do have to say, so this is one of my issues with Linda Hurst's video, that if you spend any time in the trans community, it's just an erratic place. It just is. It's a really incredibly dark sense of humor. We had a friend the other day that was thinking about committing suicide, and we were joking with her because she transitioned, that we would like tell people that she was non-binary if she committed suicide, which is a terrible thing to say, but it's just this like dark humor that pervades the trans community. It's like people that have been to war, right? Like there's
I'm in the commentary community. Dark humor is all throughout it. I get what you're saying.
100%. So I think like one of the things that was ironic watching Ludahar's videos, he's taking all of these comments so seriously, and I'm just like,
He has to take them seriously because he doesn't know which ones are supposed to be jokes and which ones are supposed to be serious. And you don't know if anything is a threat, you assume everything is a threat. That sounds like an overreaction, but that's just how you have to treat shit. We can't give people the expectation of that trust, because when we attempt to identify whether something is real or is not, people will say, no, that's not real. What, you think that was serious, bro? And then we find out, no, not only were we serious, not only were we dead ass, but these are things that we're actively doing right now. We are going out of our ways to make sure that we can do these things. We pretended that it wasn't a big deal so that we could get away with doing it. Teehee. This is how we do. This is how we keep ourselves safe. And that is why people have multiple levels of misgivings on an inherent level. Might say it's fucked up, but that's the reason why.
I hear what you're saying. Ideally, you should not talk to minors like that, but this just is the community. And, like,
I mean, yes, Kiwi Farms was right about Keffals, but that doesn't mean that Kiwi Farms, therefore, is right about everything. When a person is right about some shit, you give them their flowers. In the terms of this, individuals that were on top of it, as well as the site as a whole, was, quote, on top of it here. But you also need to understand that Kiwi Farms has an unfortunate level of just unfiltered hatred for trans people. They will say, haha, you see, I was right about them, which means I was right about all trans people. And you don't give them the chance to say something like that. Ouch.
There is no space in my inventory.
46, and I still talk. I talk like this, right?
Yeah, and I get what you're saying, but you need to go watch that video because there was a picture that she tweeted out with a child like under a desk or whatever talking about big dicks.
Okay.
Dick.
I can't defend that.
Or big jets.
I can definitely understand dark humor. Again, I'm part of the commentary community. These guys are rough,
carry them.
okay? You know, but at the same time, when it comes to children, I'm not playing.
I completely agree. You should stay away from children if you're an adult. 100% with all of this, and it's not a game.
From my veins,
I think there is a tendency that pervades a lot of online spaces. Excuse me, I'm a little bit hoarse today. I think there's a tendency with online spaces to really dance past real world issues and to treat it like it's a game. And I have to say, as someone who actively avoids lawsuits, like I try to live a lawsuit-free lifestyle, it amazes me some of the things people do and say just because it's so actionable. And, you know, doing this stuff with children, it's just a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And, you know, I don't know. It's the last quarter of that video. It has to do with the Catboy Ranch and Up, and watch it. Just watch it.
I'll go back and watch that again. I was, yeah, 100%.
Because I'm like you. I'll listen to videos first, and then I'll watch them, because that's what I do with that content. So, I mean, I get that, but definitely watch that last half, and you'll see the tweet, not just what he's reading out and it's saying. Just watch it. Because it made me very angry. I was holding back tears.
My bags are filled.
I hear what you're saying. I guess I'm just saying, like, you know, the trans community is super irreverent, and I think it's really hard to take. I think that you can't take any statement, like, we all agree on the minors issue, but it's just, you can't take all this stuff deadly seriously. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, I think like you said, you know, you acknowledge that you're opening yourself to a lawsuit. It's not really appropriate, but I think the difference
and not a civil lawsuit. I'm talking about going to jail. Like, that is entirely reasonable to imagine the police coming and charging you with what would it be, corruption of a minor? I mean, shit, poisoning them, medical intervention. Jesus, I don't even want to think about. Like, this is, don't do this. Like, don't do that.
It's like the one minor that was taking the DIY. The one minor, their levels didn't even change.
Right.
Well, then something was wrong. But it's something that they learned how to get on the web. You know.
But the point that I was going to make is it's a little bit different. You know, you're saying that, you know, the trans community, at least online, just makes these jokes or whatever. But I think the real issue with it is like, okay, I'm in the commentary community. I tell some really fucked up jokes all the time, right?
Sure.
But I don't interact with minors.
No, I don't either.
Right. That's one of the issues with that. Is you make jokes like this, you do things like this, and then you're trying to be a safe haven, a lot of them, right? And it's not appropriate.
I think that's fair. I think it's challenging. You know what? I think the kindest thing I would say here is Twitch, right? And I think it's got to be really challenging to be a public figure. Like, I have a member of my family that's a huge Keffals fan. She transitioned, you know, a long time ago, you know, she was our age, and you know, it's like that just is kind of the people that are going to be reaching out to talk to you. So, and like I said, I didn't see this part of the video. I can't assess if it's true or not, but I think it's probably got to be challenging for anyone on Twitch to avoid interacting. So that would be my guess.
On Twitter, though?
How I talk to people all day long on Twitter. I don't know how old they are.
Okay.
But I also don't put sexual stuff at strangers.
Yeah,
because I've been married
exactly.
for 16 years.
Well, so, but these stories coming out of like leftist discords, and like keep this simple for people who don't know Twitch poll as well. But like you and I both know names of people who have had a wide range of accusations against them of having minors in their discords with no role control, sometimes actively knowing that they're minors, sharing not safe for work art, having sexualized conversations, and this isn't new. This isn't like Catboy Ranch is like unique in this way. But like, so again, like, I suppose like one of the things that's being thrown back towards you with like, oh well, Keffals now is somebody who you can say this about, and I know that you've had this thing since October, but it's also that's a lot to overlook, right? Of different discords and communities that have been running for years, seeming to have these inappropriate conversations and relationships with minors. So, and this is, you know, again, why people are going to say, well, are you just going after Keffals because you dislike Keffals at this point? You dislike Tipster at this point?
I don't think I'm going after Keffals. You're asking me questions.
My bags are filled
on it. You know, it's not really my. I don't think I've said anything that should make Clara feel attacked today. But
you addressed questions and you didn't say transphobia. You didn't address it the way that Keffals would want.
Have a really big problem with lack of moderation. You know, it's like you've got a YouTube star. Like they start off, it's essentially a teenager or a young 20-something shooting out of their bedroom with some shitty $20 lights from Amazon, right? And then they're trying to build a Discord community, so they loop some people in to act as moderator roles. You're desperately trying to find good people. They're all volunteers. No one is getting paid. It's not surprising to me in a system like this that the outcome is very. It does not have a lot of oversight for minors. So, like, it almost feels to me like Discord itself, the product, has a role to play in this. Like, it's not engineered in a way to make that safe. Like, you're essentially trying to scale communities without any protection there. So I don't think Keffals has a monopoly on any of this.
Okay, well, I'll hand it over to Muda.
Well, yeah, Muda just joined it.
Yeah,
so I think I'll just hand it over.
Hello.
I just kind of slipped in. I heard.
No, we had the door wide open.
Don't worry. Bro, look, I just got home this whole weekend. I'm out in like fucking Pennsylvania and shit, and I just managed to. I got home like 30 minutes ago. Right. But yeah, so it's just been a wild weekend. Transphobic. So.
I really I enjoyed
I will say, like, I read through messages that you sent me now, and I kind of want to talk about, like, the DIY stuff a little bit.
Sure.
To kind of, like, correct, or not just, like, sort of establish more, I would say, flesh out what my thinking is.
Go ahead.
I am somebody that is very much live and let live kind of guy. My only problem with any of this kind of stuff is, I talked to 3 medical practitioners primarily, and my wife, they're all people that will say anything DIY, any type of medication, they don't recommend, right?
Sure. I don't recommend it either, 100%.
And my thing is always, people kind of look at any video I make through the lens of U.S. politics, which is why I also bring the U.S. as I mentioned. But my view on this is very much from like a Canadian perspective, which isn't perfect, but it's certainly a lot better in some states in the United States for sure. So my thing is, look, as long as something is 100% safe, and I guess one of the things that probably could mention is considered state research.
There is no space in my inventory.
Classifications, and doctors will say that. Sure. I just wish that there was a system it's one thing like, if you want this to be accepted and legal and no issues, then that's the only hurdle to cross. I don't think that until then there should be any form of, or there shouldn't be the other extreme end that should be promoted, right? Like,
oh my god, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, we shouldn't be throwing the toaster oven in the fucking bathwater and like playing Risk. But I do think there should be some middle ground. There should be some discussion. There should definitely be like a state agency or doctors getting together to do more research on this kind of stuff and come to a thorough conclusion.
Sure, Mudahar.
Jim
But
Dust?
this is a minor criticism, right? Like directionally, I don't have a problem with anything you said in the video. And you're right, this is a U.S.-centric point of view that I'm giving to you. There is, swear to God, war, political war.
Well, I can understand why you would say that, John. Keep those kind of opinions to yourself. Because that's just Rihanna Wu's voice. That is the consequence of hormones and voice therapy. There's literally nothing they can do about that.
On trans children right now, even legally, through gender clinics, there's a massive
You didn't have to type that in chat. Keep that to yourself.
Down. And I want to be really clear. Like, I don't think the system is working very well. I think it needs to be overhauled. I think the safeguards that are in place are not functioning very well. I was really astonished with one study that showed only 79% of people going to gender clinics and getting HRT meet the WPATH standard, which blew my mind. So, like, it's clear something's going to change, but I just felt like there's this context in your video that you're criticizing DIY, and I think from the trans community's point of view, it's like
space in my
the Democratic Party is not making, like, trans healthcare access a really big priority, right? It's under attack by the Republicans, so I think trans people are going, you know what, legal help to get all this stuff is not here. We're going to have to turn to illegal stuff. And that's just the context I thought was missing from that video, which I think is a pretty nuanced, like, criticism.
I mean, I can see that angle of it for sure. It's just, honestly, it is tough from any perspective to, like, sort of bring the DIY. It's hard to, like, I guess, sort of watch that or...
I must make room if I want to carry
the reason why this video also took really long to make is I've kind of been, like, testing, like, I've been focus testing with people about my friends or whatever. I brought up this idea, and never has it's always, sort of brought fear, especially amongst, like, new parents and everything too.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where, like, how do you bring this kind of topic up, and how do you introduce it? Like, and then you get into other extrapolations, like, hey, I'm about this, it's such a massive, like, minefield. So it's like, for me, and really, the thing that I talked to making this video, one of the cherry who I used the whole discussion was right? When you're like fucking, I guess, a kid, you literally go through a change in your body that can't be reversed. You never wanted to have that change to begin with, well, now you're just fucking stuck in some way. So it is such a minefield, quagmire thing that trying to have a healthy discussion about it, which is not, again, the central focus point of it. My whole focus point was, hey, listen, if you're going to get on Discord and start introducing this kind of stuff, I really feel like parents, governmental agencies, every party should be involved. And look, I know the world isn't perfect, right? Like, if you brought this stuff up to like a family in, like, conservative land who they would never even want to hear the LGBT stuff coming out of their kids. That's a risky subject, but it's still not something. It's such a legal it's such a weird situation, and every single aspect of talking about this involves so many different parties that, I don't know. I never...
I fully agree with you, and let's be really clear. A lot of trans activists, their message to those parents with good faith questions is shut the fuck up, right? That's not a political argument. That is we've tried to do that for a long time, and parents don't like it. It's really normal for parents to have questions like, is this a phase that my child is going to grow out of? What are the effects of this going to be? And I think the trans community's tendency to frame this, like you either give your child HRT and let them transition and commit suicide. Well, that's not. It's a lot more complicated than that. So I want a far more sophisticated public policy conversation with every single part of this. And the extremes on both sides are making it absolutely impossible. Go look at my Twitter. Like yesterday I had TERFs screaming at me all day and trans activists screaming at me all day for saying, I think we should talk about gender-neutral bathrooms less and universal health care more.
I must make room if I want to carry
I hear what you're saying there. It's just, this is a political reality, that there are a lot of really desperate trans kids out there. They're going,
I don't believe that you can have a trans kid the same way that I don't believe you can have a vegan pet. If there is a trans kid, I know who's making the decisions in that situation, and it is not the child. Now I ask myself the questions that are important. Do I take the hard way down, or do I go through Silverlight Hills? I'm carrying back some important materials, including glass. Let's be careful. Because I need this iron. I need this iron bad.
oh my God, if I don't get HRT, I am not going to be able to pass, and my life is going to be much harder. That is a very, very reasonable fear. And in the same way we need to have an answer for parents, I think we need an answer for those kids, and it's going to be a lot of work.
I think that's something everyone is agree on, and I'm glad that we brought up the extremes on every angle, because it makes talking about such a contentious issue that much more difficult. I think, like, one of the things that I said was like, hey, listen, a lot of the arguments, especially when it came around like sports stuff, right? Like, we're taking a fringe issue out of a fringe issue, and we're bringing that into the center table. Like, no one's going to win in that department, right? Like, so I don't know. There's a lot of things that I guess, I don't know, that's where my mind sort of stands. That's where I come out into. And, you know, I think the weird part is, like, any form of, I guess, discussion about this, it's like, if you're not 100% with the most extreme left or right end, it's like you either get painted as, like, an extreme transphobe and whatnot. Like, look, here's my personal belief, right? I'm not like, I read today that I said I have traditional beliefs, so people thought that I was like a fucking really trad. My traditional beliefs are, me and my wife, we grew up, you know, with the traditional families, we have like gender norms and whatnot, like we have roles and shit. That's my traditional stuff, you know? Sure. I'm the fucking breadwinner for the family, in a few words too, but, you know, we have a mom-dad kind of role thing going on, and that's how we were raised. We turned out fine, so we try to emulate what worked out fine for us. And then today I also read, like, she said that, like, because she's very much like, a practitioner, she's like, I'm not going to support that. Pharmaceuticals, like,
no, of course not.
Yeah, why?
Of course you shouldn't support them. Of course not.
I prefer other forms of therapy, and I was reading up the same Reddit post, it's like, fucking, does she promote conversion therapy? And it's insane, because, like,
there is no space
she's
in
from
my
the state
inventory.
of California. That shit has been outlawed since fucking 2013. For months. That is very much not in our thing, and even in our family, right? Like, we have, you know, gay people in our family that would be very much against that, so it's one of those things where it's like...
This is what's so hard about the conversation right now, is it is impossible for anyone to have a moderate position on anything trans. You know,
because there is no moderate transposition. It's either full minimalist or full maximalist, with an inherent level of do what you want, I love you.
3 months of therapy.
How do you address for serious issues that can have serious consequences if the factor is you're not trans, you can't talk about this?
Then you went and lived for a year in the gender you identified with. Then you could go get 2 letters from 2 other psychologists and a psychiatrist that would show that you're mentally fit. And then at that point, you could go get GRS, which is gender change surgery, right? That was a radical thing within my lifetime. I'm talking about the 90s, right? And today, that system has changed a lot, where you can literally skip all that therapy, go to Planned Parenthood, and get HRT with what they call informed consent. They're really...
The real question you should be asking here, Brianna, is why the fuck does Planned Parenthood, an abortion company, because they're an abortion company, I'm sorry to say, have an interest in having children effectively castrate themselves?
really good arguments for informed consent, but there are also really good arguments for the way it used to be. And the problem is it's so heightened emotionally on both sides. We can't have a public policy discussion in the middle based on science to come to better outcomes for all involved. This discussion is serving the trans community is losing rights at a blistering rate. It has gotten better and better and better since Christine Jorgensen in the 60s, and just in the last decades, it's just like an iceberg evaporating into the ocean.
So we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
If I could I ask you a question?
Please.
So you've been a supporter of Keffals for a very long time. I've seen you supporting her entire career. How come you haven't noticed the lies, the manipulation, the gaslighting? How come you haven't noticed this stuff on your end?
I don't...
Because you can't pay attention to every single bad agent at all times, and all trans people are not a monolith. That's the ultimate answer.
I didn't want to come on stream today and start a public beef with Keffals. She's dealing with enough with this video that's coming out. I think she should...
Nah, I think she can deal with it. Nah, I think she's a big girl. Nah, I think she has to be given the respect of an adult who can be able to manage these things. And if she can't, well, should have thought about this shit.
My thing with her, my thing with any criticism to my video, before I even get into it, I don't really foresee any logical response you could make to counter any of the points I made in the video, because a lot of it, it just required so much research. It is, I didn't make this video to make somebody look bad. It's just what they've done is actually behavior.
Sure.
I do believe the only salient response that you can provide and give is to probably refund that money, or put it towards actual transgender causes, because one of the points in the video was hey, listen, this is already a community that lives in poverty. I mean, I have seen people who are in the LGBT community who gets kicked out of their homes. They're effectively homeless, right? And, if you live in, a city like Toronto, right, which is fucking LA, New York levels of prices, these are people that effectively go homeless because of, whatever that they've been born with, right? And people can have a discussion or whatever all the time about what is valid and what isn't, but, this is a community that is already fucking living. A lot of people live in abject poverty. Most people, in this community, look, you either find some of the richest, most educated gay people that are making good money, right? My brother-in-law works for a fucking good firm, educated from a great place. One extreme end or the other. There's never an in-between. Families are either they can set you for success or they can fucking ruin you, right? You get kicked out of your house at 16, not a lot of options. So in that community, that needs to be reimbursed for them, right? That's, or at least some form of transparency. And the other thing is, it's what the behavior that she has showcased is exactly the kind of behavior you hear about on fucking Twitter. I guess a lot of these right-wing circles about hey, groomer behavior, so that needs to be fucking recognized. That needs to be proper.
What you guys have to start doing is that you need to stop letting people define normal things as right-wing, because if the argument is, bro, people having reactions to me, these right-wingers, okay, being normal is right-wing. Since these positions have now been defined as right-wing, every single person who's normal is now against you. Congratulations. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about being called right-wing, guys? It's not a very good argument. It's not a very good argument, and it can only lead to one outcome, and that's making you and everybody else who says that look dumb. And that's really not even a progressive problem. That is a brain-dead Twitter problem. That's a brain-dead, we don't know how to describe our problems, deal with our problems problem. Be that as it may.
Discussed, because it makes the whole community look so bad. And the people that I've talked to, look, most of them just want to live.
But yeah,
Most people
that's
don't.
my issue.
No.
Why isn't there self-policing in this community? Like,
I completely agree.
Because to police any trans person is to castigate them for how they choose to react to their, quote, lived experiences, and thus invalidates the position. But by having no morals and standards about approach and about understandings, we are incapable of actually being able to address deeper issues and problems, and those issues go unheard, because every criticism is, how dare you speak to me, you're not trans. And because every position starts from there, it then becomes, why are you tone policing me? You're not trans. Why are you criticizing me? You're not trans. Why are you judging me? You're not trans. You're not trans. You're not trans. And it's such a soy position to approach, and it's also a very obnoxious position to approach. Because I should not need to chop my dick off to tell you, hey bro, maybe telling that child to chop their genitalia off when they don't even know what sex is not a smart idea. That's why. And as long as there are people who are willing to grant the ground to individuals for doing that, there is no way to address these issues. Because how can you address somebody who effectively says, it is acceptable for me to say that you're unhinged, and when you try to summarize my positions, every time I have my position summarized by you, I'm willing to lie about you. We can't reach understandings like that. We can't get to arguments like that. We can't solve problems like that. But that's every single trans argument. It's every single one of them. It's cringe. It's cringe.
Brianna Wu, like, you've seen all this stuff firsthand. I'm not understanding why it takes Mutahar to go and make the...
Because it requires a large platform figure. So that nobody can say, this isn't real, this isn't true, no, I've never heard of this guy's delusional. It requires a large platformed individual to be the one who says it, because if you don't have a large platformed individual say it, they will do everything possible to say, bro, this never happens. I have to basically, it's the equivalent of somebody being a Holocaust denier, and you have to show them the fucking ashen bodies from the ovens for them to accept, you know what, maybe I was wrong. Maybe it does happen. Because unfortunately, for most people, this is not their reality. But for many people, not only is it their reality, it's their job. Every day it's their job. And for me, because every day it's my job, to have situations where I need to have a conversation with somebody who basically does not understand, yeah, it literally is that lethal. It's like directing somebody in League. Trying to coach somebody in the middle of a match. Like, I have to make that play? Yes! You have to do it. That seems, but like, that seems so excessive. Okay, don't do that play. Oh, I can't believe that happened to us. Yeah, it's that serious. It's a critical issue. It's a critical issue that only content creators experience. Because our job requires us to deal with the problem and to address the problem. The problem, of course, being, how do you get somebody to understand how serious a problem is? And unfortunately, in these ways, or these people at least, for certain individuals at least, it amounts to that. It amounts to, we cannot describe the problem, we need you to help understand the problem for us. I wish it weren't like that.
I must make room.
But it has to be like that. It has to be.
The video, Mutahar's not watching every Keffals stream, not paying attention.
Real
quick, the stream died. Real quick, the stream died, just so you know. Sorry.
We're working on it. We're working on it.
Be back in a minute.
We're good.
Okay, I have to push back on that because I do know Keffals. I don't think she sits there and actively thinks she's better than everyone. And in fact, I think a lot of people really misunderstand Keffals. I genuinely do. Keffals is trauma from the things that have happened to her in the last few years. She's not faking it, okay?
But it's hard to believe that.
I want to
Oh, God.
It causes her to make decisions that a lot of people around her, like, are encouraging her to make different
There is no
decisions,
space
okay?
in my inventory.
And I'm gonna be honest, I see a lot of
He
myself
potentially stole a lot of money. Come on.
No.
She potentially stole a lot of money.
Please.
When I think I was 22, myself in rehab in the exact same way Keffals did, poly addiction. I was a mess, and I think all the time, like, what if in that period of my life, like, social media had been around, or I had been a YouTube star? Holy crap! I mean, I'm not justifying everything that she's done.
You kind of are, though.
I'm saying it is context. She's not lying.
There needs to be context to, hey, this person is traumatized. Therefore, it should be okay that they stole $10,000 to $100,000. You know, they've been having a really hard life, guys. Just let them have this one as a treat. No, I'm sorry, Brownie, you lost me.
About being like traumatized by what happened with the police showing up to her house. That really hurt her.
No, but she is lying about the money, and that's a really big deal.
And she did lie about the cops.
No,
she lied about certain aspects of the
Here's
cops.
the thing. I definitely can agree. This is where I'm gonna like push back here. I've said it. She's probably on drugs, right? Whatever fucking coke, meth, benzos, whatever the hell it is. I can understand somebody being addicted to drugs and being in a really dark place, right?
Sure.
There have been places where I've been that have not been the best, okay? The last 10 years, there have been periods in my life where I've had severe downs. But that, I never can think is an actual excuse for financial mismanagement of this degree. And again, even if somebody is going through a lot of drug stuff too, this doesn't excuse terrible behavior or interaction and outright lying about interacting with certain communities, you know, running some of these Discord servers. Like, people have said that mischaracterizations, anybody that hasn't watched my video said, like,
I might have to come here to get snowflowers.
I never said she was a groomer. I said her interactions with a minor using the Catboy Ranch Discord server, Twitter account, or whatever, those were signs, those were not good things to do. Any other person in that situation would be fucking thrown under the bus.
Yes.
And these are things that are ultimately net negatives, these are things that shouldn't have happened. Yes, people can go through terrible, rough times, but we've gotta look past a lot of the rough times that she's had, because there is no salient excuse for some of the serious financial mismanagement, and of course some of the outright, like, lies and mischaracterizations and the way she's acted in general over the last 2-3 years.
So I want to respond to that.
Just one line. I just basically said, Brianna, she was in a dark place. That's what you said. But go ahead.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying, Mudahar. I think what you're saying is dead on and it's fair. I think there are two ways. You are critiquing Keffals, the public figure, and her public actions about what she did.
But I don't give a fuck about Keffals, the private figure. If I stole $100,000, I don't think people would care about the difference between Carlisle, and single-player Carl. I think they're going to say, hey, yo, I don't care about which one of these three niggas you want to call yourself in this situation. Nigga, you stole money! I don't know why that's hard for you to accept. Like, I don't wear masks. I wear hats. I have to wear multiple hats. I have to wear the hat of the researcher. I have to wear the hat of the YouTube creator. I have to wear the hat of the color commentator. And then, of course, when I take the hat off, I can be myself. I don't know, bro, how it is necessarily possible for someone to effectively keep saying, listen, you don't understand. They had it really hard, bro. Bro, you gotta understand. They had it really hard. They're not themselves. You know, you know how you've been when you gotta be like that. It'd be difficult for you to accept things too. Like, you gotta understand. They made a little fucky wucky. It was a little difficult. They made a little mistake. Come on, bro. You gotta understand it. Come on, bro. You gotta understand it. How the fuck am I supposed to understand this shit? You're effectively saying it's okay to steal. That's not okay. None of this is okay. That's half of what makes it the craziest thing to hear you say it.
with public money. God bless. Like, your video had some very salient criticisms. I think I really welcome that kind of scrutiny being brought to this stuff, and I think it was entirely appropriate. What I would ask y'all to understand is I've been on Keffals' stream, once? Like 90% of my interactions with her are as a friend of someone who has gone through something kind of similar. And that's my dynamic with her. So does that make sense to you? It's just, I feel like I have a different role.
Was she traumatized when she talked to the kids like she did on Twitter?
We've already talked about that.
Was she traumatized? Yeah, but was she traumatized then? Because that happened before the cops.
We've already talked about this. I don't defend that.
Listen, I understand.
Not defending it is not the same thing as understanding the gravitas of the situation and accepting that gravity has to really bring motherfuckers down here. This is a lot of things that you're trying to tell people. Listen, you just gotta accept that people make fucky-wuckies. People don't make fucky-wuckies on this level. Not unless they are just extremely inept, which is an argument for why they don't need to have the platform that they've somehow garnered and gained. And it's definitely something that leads to people saying on this level, listen, if it's so hard for them to do this, maybe don't be a content creator. Log off. That's something that has to be said and done. There's something that has to be said and done. Because this is crazy. There's a lot of excuses to make on her behalf. It's a lot of assumptions. It's a lot of assumptions. It's a lot of assumptions. It's a lot of trust that you want people to have and just give freely of their own volition. 11. You're asking for a lot. You're asking for a lot. People may not necessarily be capable or ready to give. It's giving. Trust me, I know better. And I'm telling you, I'm giving you the middle finger, because what the fuck do you mean by that? Where do you do that? That's the basic answer reaction. Where the fuck do they do that at? How do you get to that point and that level? How is that a thing? That's crazy. It's crazy. Wrong chest. It's crazy. But that's the argument we're going to. That's the level we're at. We're at the level of, come on, trust me, I understand, they've been through some shit. I don't think I've been through shit to the point that allows me to justify stealing money, let alone destroying trust. I would say that I agree with you. It's just that when she says things like that, it feels like she's like, come on, guys. I understand, but give her a benefit of the doubt. It's like, no, put her in the dirt. And I'm not even saying you have to do it with lethality. You don't have to spike the bitch. But I am telling you, I don't want to play with you anymore. Just let it go. Like, you have to accept this. It has to be said. It's going to be said, and you can't defend it. It's a hard experience, because anyone who's ever had to deal with this kind of shit has been there. In that moment of, I can't defend this person. I just have to let this be. It's a really hard thing. It's really hard. Because you want to fight for it, you want to defend it, you want to argue it. You can't. You can't. It can't be argued.
I am missing key ingredients.
Leather, thick leather.
You're saying that you had like tough times too, and I'm glad you got through them. But if you made a decision like Keffals had made to basically scam $100,000 on GoFundMe, like you're talking, this is a person who says they're in danger and they bought IRL streaming equipment to go to a place where Kiwi Farms had a bomb threat.
Sure.
Okay, this is like beyond, like, you have to understand.
And the other thing is too, sorry Nick to cut you off, if you are under risk, right, and you feel that your life is in danger, going to places like Twitch San Diego and putting the lives of other people in danger is also never a good thing to do. I mean, this is somebody who at the time was, I guess, one of the most polarizing figures, to go to like a massive event where, you know, I guess bad things could have happened. That is not, like, that. These are exact signs of somebody that knows they're in a far better situation than they're letting on in the public sphere.
She has a whole career of lying. A whole career of lying and just manipulating her audience over and over and over again. I mean, you can't support someone like that.
You're not wrong, but what I think about is all the mistakes I made during Gamergate. And, you know, it has taken me a long time to come back and basically fix my reputation from that. I was traumatized. The death threats did get to me. I made decision after decision after decision that was incredibly stupid. And I can see that now because I'm past that trauma and I worked with a therapist to get past it. I know what it's like to be in the middle of that and to make bad decisions. So again, I'm not, look, your criticism is fair. It's just, I personally have a different assessment based on my own experiences that give me a little bit more compassion for decision making that I think we would both agree is very bad.
I just wish you made the video on Keffals. I wish you exposed Keffals, not Muda. I do. I wish that your own community policed itself.
Sure.
That's what I wish happened.
I mean, I'm more frustrated with the lack of acknowledgement. This is not personal to you, Brianna. But
sure.
It's more or less just the trans community just can't take a W on this. We have to have discourse over a thumbnail. We have to talk about who drew the thumbnail. We have to talk about legislation. I understand the legislation problem. Don't get me wrong. It's you go on a Twitch panel, you can't escape it. It's one of the main subject matters that I see discussed and stuff like this. But I feel like it's not a prerequisite when you're in a situation as bad as this to just openly because obviously your stance on DIY hormones is different than mine and different than Mudahar's, but I don't think we disagree.
Is it different? What is the difference between our positions? I don't hear any difference.
Are you for DIY hormones for children at all?
Of course I'm not. I think I've said this. It's very bad.
That's my mistake.
Okay, let me say this really explicitly because I don't want anyone to misunderstand this. I don't support minors taking DIY hormones, but exactly the same way that women have back alley abortions, minors are going to take DIY hormones if we don't build a system.
How about the system of beat that kid's ass, because where are their parents? Where are the parents? Where are their parents? Where are their parents? Where are they?
If you're serious about stopping minors from taking DIY hormones, you've got to give them a healthcare system that will deliver for them and have outcomes. Does that make sense to you?
Yes. And I understand what you're saying, but I'm telling you that it makes people can't condemn what is obviously bad. That discourse is not allowed to happen in this community. We have to look past that, and that just makes the community look worse as a whole.
This is a problem with progressivism. It's not just trans people. There's no self-correcting mechanism in the progressive space, which is why you've got these nut jobs praising Hamas and pretending that the October 7th rapes didn't happen. Right? It's just getting crazier and crazier, and it's not even about any public policy anymore. So I share your assessment. Where's the self-policing from the community? It's a huge problem. It's got to change. It's causing us to become the left-wing version of Gamergate, and you just.
I mean, the left and right-wing version of Gamergate is just Gamergate. All sides were wrong in that situation, and we're responsible for what's led to people having the opinions and persuasions they do now.
I can't look the other way on this anymore.
I gotta go, but here's my final statement on this. This isn't a trans issue. This whole thing, Keffals, has nothing to do with trans, right? It's literally a content creator like all of us who are content creators who lied, who manipulated, and who potentially stole thousands of dollars from their fans, right? That's the story here. And every pushback tries to turn it into, oh, this is transphobic and this and that. And every response to this is pure manipulation. People from your community, Brianna Wu, need to stand up for facts and truth and get rid of the bad actors because it makes the whole group look bad, especially when they're defending, the thumbnails transphobic and stuff like that, stuff that no one will agree with. No one can look at that thumbnail and be like, oh yeah, Muda is being trans. No one's coming to that conclusion. It makes everyone looking bad. He is toxic and everyone needs to run for the hills. Supporting her means going down the toilet with her.
Just a quick thing. Sorry, I just
say something real quick.
Please.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Tyler. Go ahead, Tyler.
All right, I want to say this, and I'm gonna. Okay. Listen, I understand you saying that she has trauma, but I can't get past that because I feel like you're giving her the pass and the excuse for what she's done.
Yes.
By saying that. That's literally what it feels like.
What am I specifically excusing today? I've acknowledged a ton of things.
Acknowledging it and constantly giving her an out is the problem. That's why I have my concerns, because I understand that Rihanna Wu gets how obnoxious this is. Well, of course, I also have my other misgivings about that. But for me, the biggest issue is why are you still giving her excuses to justify it? They've had trauma. Okay, they can be allowed to have trauma. They're not allowed to have trauma and allow them to steal money. There ain't enough trauma in the world to give you justification to do that. Why do we keep giving her that? That, for me, is my biggest concern. That would be my Roman Empire. Because the more we give her the justification to say, well, bro, look, I was fucked over in this way, the worse it can be. Why do you keep giving her flowers on this? That's what I would like to hear. Let's hear it.
Things that have been mistakes. I'm saying for me personally, Brianna Wu, the individual, I have an assessment and it gives me some compassion for it. I said Muda's video is entirely fair. I said she needs to answer it. I said any number of criticisms here are fair. So what am I defending other than saying I personally have experience that gives me some compassion for this?
I'm gonna be honest. She doesn't deserve any compassion. She doesn't. She doesn't deserve any compassion because that's giving her a pass. She needs to answer for what she did, every little bit of it.
Okay. I think Keffals needs to take a long step away from public life.
She needs to stop being a content creator. She needs to lose her platform.
I did this after Gamergate.
I mean, your issue was very, very similar, but not in even close the same dimensions. Not even close in the same dimensions.
Can I interest you in a little something?
To say that it's just as simple as, oh, they need to take a break. No. It's a lot worse than just taking a break. A lot worse.
I got my head on straight, and I think as long as she's in the public eye, I think it's just going to keep getting worse. I think the kindest thing she could do for herself is to take a long break.
Okay, so this is one of the things that, like, there are so many fucking warning signs with people like Keffals, and it's not, again, it's not just Keffals. I remember at the time there was this, like, big conversation of, well, and it's in the video, I use myself as a lightning rod, and I think that is fucking bollocks. Like, Keffals used her community not as, like, she wasn't a shield for it, she used it as a sword. And, like, members of her own community were getting doxxed, were getting, like, put on blast, whether it was Twitter, Kiwi Farms, whatever, because she was encouraging them to put themselves at risk. And I know when it's like, well, Keffals is going through trauma, but isn't there a, like, I feel like there's almost a wider conversation there with the fact that, you know, people weaponize their communities and are calling it activism. It's not fucking activism. It's just bludgeoning people that they dislike. That's what the whole ratioing thing was in the first place. And, like, not to mention, like, the way Keffals acted towards that community. Like, I remember the fucking, ban trials, because she used a bot to mass ban everyone, and then people had to plead in the messages to get back in, and then, like, that got turned into content. And when you see creators do that, and they get a pass, like Hassan and everything else, it just seems like there's this double standard when you label yourself an activist, which is incredibly frustrating to watch happen.
it's not invisible. I watched Denim say we're going to be talking about a thumbnail today because I don't think it's worth critiquing someone.
Bro, the reason she did that was because she absolutely hated me on the Israel-Palestine thing. That's why. She was like already biased.
She literally came out and straight up said, I will not be covering this because I don't think it's valuable to criticize a leftist content creator. It's out loud.
Hey,
That's
listen,
crazy.
what does Keffals do when she gets any kind of criticism? She'll fire up a stream on how she was raped or something. That's what she's going to end up doing. And deflect.
Reb, how I was raped by the commentary community for things that I absolutely did. True.
That's what she's going to end up doing.
Alright. Normally
True.
I would say that's out of pocket, but she did kind of do that to Xander Hall. That clip is crazy, dude. That clip was fucking crazy. What was the quote? Like, I have to relive this because Xander Hall retweeted someone. Like, I don't know. That was a little wild. I mean, keep in mind, this is around the time when Xander Hall got the screenshots that she was talking about how she just loves doxing people in private.
So here's a really honest question. You know, I feel like I've gotten to know a lot of content creators over the last 2 years, and to some extent, everyone here is mentally damaged, right? Like it's amazing to me anyone actually wants to be a content creator.
True.
Because it does take a toll. The drama cycles take a toll. Getting screamed at all the time takes a toll. So, I mean, what is like the ethical way to do this? To have kindness for someone that's going through something difficult, but
To look at the situation with honest eyes, report the facts, don't gloviate, don't sensationalize to the degree of dehumanization, and when you believe that you cannot do it alone, have people there to pull on a eternity caller to say, fail, no. That's the best way to do it. Call it tard rage, call it tard handling, call it tard wrangling, call it whatever you want. You need to have a system in place so that when you go too hard, somebody else can tell you in your ear, nigga, that was too much. Nigga, dial it back. This is too much. Being wild right now, bro. I agree with you. You're valid, but you're being wild right now, bro. That's all I gotta do. That's all we ever needed to do.
is making bad decisions, but also hold people accountable, because it feels like we're going to those extremes there, right? Like we're either looking the other way.
It has to be. And I think that there are in this case. I think that
Who is the victim? Who is the victim?
$100,000 of money.
I'm a victim. Me?
Yeah.
I'm a victim.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not just you. It's every single trans person who has to make a GoFundMe in the future, and people go, "Well, where's my money going this time? I thought this was going to someone whose life was in danger, and they spent it on fucking a GoPro."
I think it's a little. I hear what you're saying. I think the long-term answer for trans healthcare cannot be GoFundMe. So I think
No, but it is right now. That's the current state of things.
I think that's
very. It survives off of goodwill.
Yeah.
I think it's more than just money. It's the perception of a community that you claim to advocate for. Look, I'll say this from right now, okay? Like fucking people like Osama bin Laden, right? Like they're fucking bad Muslims. We all can agree, right? But they were just fucking terrible people to begin with. I think activists like Muslims that ultimately harm I think anybody that advocates, right, versus just being shitty is bad enough, because an advocate or somebody that tries to make your community look better but inadvertently keeps falling into the same traps that makes you look worse than ever before is ultimately even more of a harm than an actual piece of shit to begin with, right? That's my problem with like Keffals. Yes, I have empathy for Grumpy. Don't get me wrong, I do. And I feel like a lot of your empathy comes from the fact that you were more friendly with her at some point. That is what I'm hearing. But I think that just because we're friends with people, I think that honestly, that as hard as it sounds and as painful as it is, the people that were once friends should be the hardest, right? Like Mama Max, for instance, you know, I made a big fuck up trusting that guy. That's why when
I need those planks.
policing that and trying to get that situation resolved, or try to resolve it in the best possible way.
Yeah.
Because you're in a situation where you're more connected to this than I'm ever going to be connected, or anybody else in this call. And yeah, you can't have empathy. Look, she's going, and I don't wish ill will on anybody. Okay, I do, however, wish that she ends up paying back that money, or she ends up in some capacity paying back the people that she has set back, in the grand scheme of things, right? Because the more out of that video was, most trans people just want to fucking live. You inadvertently made your life harder than any other controlled or any opposition. That's the real fucking problem here, right? And it shouldn't take somebody from outside that community who has an autistic, fucking kid. Once you have a topic on your dartboard, you're finishing it 100%. There's a reason. This Keffals thing was in my head for fucking months. I had to finish it. I was literally a fucking writer's.
Muna, let's not lie about it like that. We all know the reason why you got on top of it. It's valid for you to say this shit would make me a lot of money. It is 100% okay, bro. You don't gotta go there with us. It would make a lot of money. We all know. We all know. We all know. We all know, bro. It's okay, bro. You ain't gotta do it, bro. We know, bro. I know, bro. It's crazy, bro. You know, bro.
Until I finished it. Part of me, people say, man, you must have gotten a bag off of Transphobia. Fuck no, I have a job outside of this. Trust me, the money that I made
You probably made more money off the PlayStation video the next day than you did
exactly,
on that.
100%. You're fucking joking there, to be honest. So, for me, this isn't the idea of that. For me, it's the idea of, actual salient justice, right? And I think it pains me from a personal level to see a group of people that have such high hopes, that want to be recognized, and just want to live their life, who have to constantly fucking feel like shit because there's an activist in their camp that just keeps setting the fucking clock back.
Okay, I've got a hard question for you, Mudahar. This is a really tough question. Okay, you think Keffals is a bad activist. Who are the good activists in the trans community that you can point to, people above?
Names on top of words. Rose of Dawn, but Rose of Dawn quit because they didn't want to do it no more. It's not the only one. Because if we were to name things like Blair White, that'd be really hard. But then, if you were to just make it trans activists, and they don't need to be trans, Ariella Scarcella, Gothics. I mean, shit, you could probably argue for Mudahar. You could probably argue for Mahler. You could probably argue for the entirety of EFAP, honestly. If you were to keep them completely strictly on the medical shit, you could probably do it for the majority of Friday Night Tights. Ironically enough, Dean Cain, the Asian American actor. There are multiple people that you can go to that will be miles and leagues beyond and ahead. And you never even have to invoke Keffals to do it. Easy. Easy match. Easy match. I can understand why she would go there. It's like, okay, you say that she's one of the bad ones. Who's one of the good ones? Well, unfortunately, it's hard to know who one of the good ones are, because every single one of the trans people that most people have seen, notice, or know have done things like this, they're usually the first in line to go to the nines. And it's really annoying. Wish it weren't like that, but it'd be like that.
Bored, doing good work, not being reactive, not screaming about thumbnails, able to really think about public policy.
That's a question that I
ContraPoints.
too much of an expert.
ContraPoints is good. I agree. Yeah.
Blair White.
Not Blair White.
Oh god.
Oh, lovely. They made my argument for me. Ah! Carl, why are you so good at your job?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Blair White is crazy. Like she's a drama queen, but she also talks to a right-wing constituency in a way that the left does not, and I think that actually has a ton of value.
Well, here's the other thing.
Tipster's a good one.
Well, okay, all jokes aside, right? Like, if you ask me, points now to my head.
So this is the reason I asked this. Is I think it's a problem. It's a
Muda,
really.
can you fix your mic? You're kind of drifting.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm fucking disconnected here. But
I
no, the
think-
other thing is, like, if we're ContraPoints, that's the question we brought up, because we're not in the community, but you are in the community. So the thing is,
I think
who
there's
is
a
good
real
at- who
lack
would be-
of leadership. I think there's a
Who would be
real
an
lack of
activist right
leadership.
now that you would put up?
I think Aaron Reed does good work directionally. I think Alejandra is a hot mess. I think she's terrible. I think Jessie Gender is just the worst. You know, I think it is person after person after person that's elevated in this community that ends up being extremely bad for the community. Because it's not about trying to accomplish any public policy, it's all about their hashtag brand. So I hear what you're saying about Keffals, and I think it's a fair critique, but this is a pattern that's like through the entire community. And you know, just to really talk about structural issues of why this happens, a lot of this is because the gay rights groups that should have been building real trans leaders for the last 20 years, they're just not interested in it. HRC is not producing trans leaders. You know, Land Illegal is barely funded. Like, there's just not a pipeline to develop people to become like credible spokespeople on this. So
You shouldn't have a pipeline. That's the biggest problem. You don't need to mint content creators. You need authentic people who give a fuck. You need people with direction, with leadership skills, with passion, with understanding, with the social graces to understand how to think, how to speak, how to move, how perceptions work, and will say, I will never use this incorrectly. That when they say the words as a content creator, it is a shorthand for as a person who understands that I have power that I will not abuse. Because they abuse it! And when they have to take an L, when they have to take responsibility for an action, that they're able to say, the things that have happened in my personal life should not affect my professional life. And if these things are so much to the degree that they will be provoked and manipulated and affected by it, like Spock in the newer versions of the Star Trek movies, featuring Zachary Levine, then when you realize, I am really that mad. I can't be here right now. They leave! And come back when it's time. That's what you need. That's what's required. That's what's necessary. Without that, it doesn't matter. Without that, nothing else matters. Make sure the microphone didn't break. It really sucks that people wanted an activist to rally behind and what they got was a fraudulent clout goblin. Well, that's what happens. Content creators, when the ability, when the benefits to being a person in front of a camera, VTuber identity or on-camera persona or not, is also doubly rewarded with the increase of profile, and the increase of profile leads to the increase of money, and with the increase of money leads to the potential for abuse, where for every single, let's put it in numeric terms despite the fact it doesn't work like this. Use this, I'm going to use a picture. 1 second. If you have a situation where you're dealing with content creation, let's say somebody is at the barrier of 1 sub versus 1 million. If the barometer for having 1 sub is that for every 1 sub, you get $1. When you're at 100, you get $100. And for each dollar amount that you get, you have social credit and influence. So for every 1 sub, you get $1, and you get 100 units of influence. If it's a 1-to-1 ratio, or actually in this case it would be a 1-to-100 ratio, when you have 100 subs, you get $100 from every person, and 10,000 units of social pressure, creation, manipulation, social influence. As you can see, as the number scales upwards infinitely, the potential scales upwards infinitely. So when you get all the way down to having 1 million, what follows with logic, obviously, I'll do this number because I actually would like to make sure I do this the right way around. When you get to that level, they have 100 million? 100 million? Yeah, 100 million. 100 million points of social influence. And let's say, for every single 100 points of social influence, when I tell you to do something, when I give you a call to action, that call to action leads to a compulsion. Single player Carl at a 100 points of social influence telling you, horrible chart, telling you, hey guys, go sub to a YouTube channel. It'll be effective, but how effective? Not as effective if I do it with 100. Not as effective if I do it with 100,000. Not as effective as I do it with any number between here. And certainly it wouldn't be as effective as I was to do it with 100 million points of influence. What Keffals did, Glock, is they put themselves in a position of power and did 3 things. First thing they did was they said, you give me money and I will give you entertainment. I will do whatever I can to keep myself in the limelight. What did that amount to? When you give Keffals money, Keffals harasses people on the internet for your entertainment. She seeks the ratios. And she's not just doing it as, and this is number 2, she's not just doing it as a regular person. She's doing it as a lightning rod. For this, I need to bring up the notebook now. First thing they said was, give me money. I give you content. The second thing they did was they said, I'm not just doing it for me. I'm doing it for you. My sins I bear this cross. I bear this cross not just because I like carrying crosses. I'm carrying your sins, and your sins, and your sins, and your sins, and yours too, and even you, even the bigot trans that called me a fucking monkey octoroon. I do it for them too. And then the third thing they did was with this knowledge, with that money, with that influence, with that power, they then said, and now I've taken all your money. I'm going to abuse it. She abused the power, abused the money, abused the people, and used her position to dissuade and, what's the correct word here? Poison the well and credibility of others. Because not only did they give people inherent trust value, which would be giving free content, because free isn't free in this situation. Not only did she build a false sense of security and trust, she then did a sheer level of power abuse. And she weaponized it. She did all these things by doing these actions. And the big problem about this, the issue that I have, the issue that anybody should have, is that in the approach of doing this, Keffals demonstrated that it's not about being right. It's not about being right. It's not about doing things the right way. She will lie, cheat, steal, abuse, use, and then use the knowledge and experience and also the fair arguments that people could have to then lull you into a deeper sense of security. And then abuse and weaponize those tools all over again. 1 second, I'll be right back. I need to go check the dishes. When it comes to the left, there's a content creator amongst the extremely brain-dead political bread tubers, a crumb tuber by the name of Shark03. Real name, first name, Christopher, with a C. This guy is known for being a crybully who weaponizes these three confluxes. Technically, every bread tuber does, but the way that they do it is insidious, based upon it. Because you see, every single bread tuber is a size queen. Rosh, for example, is a size queen. Size queen, of course, meaning will not engage with you fairly explain your positions and will deny you opportunities to platform by claiming you have no right to them. Otherwise known as no free clout. Keffals, as well as Shark03, Xander Hall, DJ Mule, most of the people involved here, and maybe even some of the people who are in this call. The only one of which I'd really be willing to put that on being Nicholas DeRorio, but that's for reasons that should be obvious for people who actually know how Nicholas DeRorio gets down politically, because he's friends with those bread tubers. When you act like a size queen, which Keffals very much is, every position that you give, every single explanation that you can have, every single breakdown that you can ever assert, every single claim that you can ever assuage, everything has to always be viewed in the view of, well, are you only addressing this because I said it? Or are you addressing this because Destiny's beating your ass right now in the quote tweets and he has over 100 million people watching him live and he is taking your arguments, he is taking them out back and he's shooting them in the head one after another. Because these things make sense. Every single bit of what I just said. This perfectly explainable argument, it all makes sense. There's not a single crazy thing about what I just analyzed, because it's the same reason why I should call her Mommy in this conversation. Kyla, has hit the point over and over again, the same way that I did. That when I was called on this by Horror, I said, yeah, I understand that, but here I still have concerns. She voiced those same concerns. She doesn't deserve to have any right. She doesn't deserve to have any respect given here. Why? The veracity of her behavior. She did all these things. And it seems that, at the time in which it was argued, that Brianna Wu was still trying to give her an out, as I said. Give her an excuse, a justification to say, well, see, the reason she did these things is because of that, but it's not. It's like a crack addict stealing from someone that they said they would never steal from. And stealing something of such an important value to the person that it's not just about the monetary value, it's the sentimental value of what they did and what it means to them. And it's also the same reason I said what I said about you needing to have people who don't do this simply because they want to make money. They do it specifically because they have a passion. And they are rewarded with money and influence and audience and size and views and influence because they have demonstrated themselves that when it matters most, in the shadow of the night where nobody can see you, when decisions can be made in hush-hush closed rooms where the upper echelons are to be considered and to be addressed, that when it comes time to demonstrate, okay, what kind of content creator are you? Keffals demonstrated themselves as the kind of content creator that they are willing to lie and cheat and steal and then lie about the people who are reporting that they're lying and cheating and stealing by saying they're transphobic. You can't criticize me because you're not trans and you're transphobic. Therefore, every criticism you have doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You're not trans. It doesn't matter. And at the same time, when they're then asked, well, why do you believe single-player Carl should be listened to? Look at his channel size! He's not anywhere near 250k! What a fucking loser! What a cockroach! Change Carl to the entirety of EFAP and all the people associated. Why do you think Munahar is not correct? Why do you believe that Mahler isn't correct when he identifies these things? Why do I care about those incel Nazis? They're not incel Nazis, though. They're very well-known creators. Maybe you can say your opinion about... Sorry. Xylee. Xylee. They give these opinions, and they have been solid in other takes. You can't just simply throw their opinion out. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater on this. There's a lot of information that can be addressed here. But he's transphobic! Really? Where's the transphobia? It's in the thumbnail! The thumbnail? The thumbnail that was made by just the one that's made by everybody else that does the exact same thing everyone else? But look how it made me look! Yeah, they did this to everybody. They did it to leftist content creators. They did it to commentary creators. Like, this is not... You're being treated fairly, actually. The fact that they were willing to do that and they didn't specifically just refuse to do one means they didn't take a stance. They treated you equally. So, since they treated your actions and your identity and your genders and your pronouns and everything else that you would make as an assumption and as a question that you said people should normalize doing, and he did those things, why is it not valid? This is why Keffals should not be a content creator. They have demonstrated time and time again, when it was a small thing, to a big thing, to a catastrophic career-ending thing, they can't be trusted. They don't get it. They refuse to get it. And what's worse is they understand it. Because in the DMs, they say, yo bro, if anybody ever knew what I spent his money on, I would be so fucked. I would be cooked. So she needs to be cooked like a fucking goose. Rotisserie chicken this bitch. Spit roast her. Eiffel Tower her. Until they understand that she's gonna be filled, basted, and consumed for fucking content, dinner, and lunch. Why? Because that's fair. Why? Because if it was anybody else, the same thing would be done. The same thing that was done recently to Vosh that he deserves, because he's the exact same kind of person, unfortunately. A platforming done by Destiny that went wrong because you can't know everything about everybody. The same thing that was done to Illuminati, Blair Vaughn, and will be done and has been done before in the past and will be done again. These things are done for reasons. The reason here? This is a devout liar. They have demonstrated themselves that when it comes down to brass tacks, which is the reason why when we did the coverage the other day and I said that Chud Logic was on basically a cringe watch to see who was going to cope and seethe about the video itself existing. Yes, and Keffals also used Just the Worm's art, which is even more value to the point that I'm making. When this happened any other time before, it would be treated exactly as it should be treated. She's getting exactly the treatment that you're supposed to give to content creators that demonstrate that they're untrustworthy. And of course, the best example that can be referenced, of course, being just the Ant-Man. Or just some guy. These behaviors have to be treated in this way, and these understandings have to be known and concerned. Because, in that situation that I described before, that I said happened to me, I had to keep telling these people, you don't seem to understand that you're asking me questions and you're not being fair to me. So as a content creator, I need you to understand what that means to me. I kept saying that in that situation because you can't look at this and say, man, that's crazy, but that'll never affect me, because it does. These are basic understandings that are the underpinnings of situations and trustworthiness in relationships and life. And listen, I ain't perfect. I've made mistakes. There are people I have wronged. And I have done everything I can to not only address my failings, but also learn from those failings and move forward. Because to have closure on something like this, who the fuck's gonna give closure? The money's been spent. Your trust was not only broken and violated, but raped multiple times. And a self-filleting, attention-seeking clout goblin, as you called her, Doc, took your money and then said, listen, bro, it's really important that I need to address Xander Hall for making me relive my rape trauma. Bitch, you raped my wallet. Who's gonna relive my rape trauma? How will I be made whole? And the only way to truly make the situation whole for all the people who have been wronged is that Keffals needs to be destroyed as a content creator. She must be excoriated from the earth. Since the trans community will not self-police, mainly because it's hard for them to, legitimately, the only thing that can be done is that you have to excoriate them with words. Make sure everybody is aware of the argument so that nobody can say, I didn't know. And when Keffals says, no, this person can't address this, is unfair bullshit, it should be made certain that no, it doesn't matter who the fuck says it. If the information is true, and you cannot deny it, and you do not have the ability to provide evidence to the contrary to disprove and to disabuse people of the argument, it means that not only is the argument true, but that the actions and the accusations are also true. You have to take your fucking L's. Because, as I demonstrated on the chart, the barometer for abuse scales infinitely with your power, your control, and your influence. And it requires a responsibility. Because realistically, let's use myself as an example. If I abuse my position and my platform, and I just spout unironic conspiracy theories about situations. Let's put this in the viewpoint of the games journalism, since I cover a lot of gaming news, because I am a gamer at heart. My most common passion is games. When I look at Mark Kern, Grums, and Carruthers Rambo, the current de facto leaders of Goobergate 2 on the pro-gamer side, one of two of many of them, this individual is willing to effectively claim stupid-ass shit that should not be said. DEI is not when black people. But he's willing to say that multiple times because he believes that his power belies in giving people the faith to say, yes, you should be against anti-wokeness, and this is what it is. I, as a journalist, have a position, and I, as a content creator, and also as a consumer, have a responsibility to those three factors. As a content creator, I have the responsibility to do the effort and work as a researcher, which in the capacity of a researcher, an analyst, and a journalist, I now have a responsibility that to affect and to serve the position of my job as an influencer who's talking about the story, that I must do the research on the story. This is why I mentioned earlier about wearing hats for these situations. In order for me to fulfill my duty wearing the content creator hat, I must put on the researcher and the journalist hat. And in order to then be able to serve the third hat, which is the consumer individualist hat, I must be able to do both of those jobs well, so that when it comes into recompense with the third one, as a consumer, I can say, bro, I ain't gotta even say that I'm a content creator. I ain't gotta even bring in being a researcher and journalist. As a consumer, the shit that you're saying is wrong. No, black people is not DEI, and DEI is not when black people. It's not when minorities. It's not when I dislike the game because SBI wrote in it. It's when it has very specific qualities that you can identify and you can be able to show to other people, this is what I mean when I say this is what I dislike. It's why when I covered the content concerning it from Dimitri Monroe, who was a mutual of mine, that I said, nigga, I will suck your dick, because he did everything he needed to do, which is the exact thing which was done here to Keffals. Keffals needs to be held accountable for the fact that as their power and their influence grew, the power and the potential for abuse grew, and they absolutely did abuse. And they used the fog of war of their actions and what they did in private to hide it to the public. So now what has been made private must be made public and must be dragged into the light, because sunlight is the best disinfectant. And if someone were to argue, well, Carl, don't you think you're being too mean? No, I'm not, because she failed the barometer of what it means to be a content creator. And then she acted like a science queen to justify the lying and the cheating and the hiding, and tried to poison everybody against it from even looking into them, so they could lie and cheat and steal for another day. How many times was this done? How many people was this done to? Addressing this, the number is, we don't know! Which means, if the answer is we don't know, we have to go to the biggest degree we can. What's the biggest degree? The nth degree. What is the nth degree of not knowing how many people have been abused? Positive infinity. There is an infinite level of abuse! This is a crime that goes too far! What would you believe would be the correct result, for example, if someone were to steal an infinite amount of money from the American economy? Assuming that they're not given the death penalty. Extreme counts, multiple counts of grand larceny with life without parole. What is the equivalent of doing that to a content creator? Persona non grata and execution of the public persona. I don't care what name Keffals appears under. Anything that they do now, just like that one guy that disappeared and had to reappear as a video game journalist, or as a enthusiasm channel, has to be done. Or, rather, to compare it to another situation, let's use Blair Vaughn, Illuminati, and the Act Man. The Act Man, when he's shown the situation, explaining exactly why Heel vs. Babyface has an opinion about Starfield and about DEI tactics in video game development and creativity that then leads to gray slop, gay slop games. He mocked him, and then weeks later, technically a month and a half later, said, oh my god, this is so crazy! And when everybody said to him, so when he said it, it was mockable, but when you say it, I should be on your side, you being a bitch right now, what was his reaction to do that? to go to Mueller and say, listen, bro, you need to talk to me personally on a personal level. And yet, what did Heels versus Babyface do? What did Az do? He said, no. Let him cook. You finna burn it down. Watch. And what did the Act Man do? You see, I know the truth of the situation. I have DMs that will extortion you. Oh, really, bitch? You know? Go ahead. Show him. And he burnt the kitchen down. The house is in flames. We can't build him a foundation. Why? Because he's a fucking snake. He was talking shit in the DMs. He knew he was talking shit in the DMs. He acted as though that he was in the right when actually Az was in the right. And he demonstrated that when it comes down to private conversations and information between two people, having a moderate individual act as a liaison between both, that when push comes to shove, what kind of content creator, and this is the main idea of my point, what kind of content creator is the Act Man? He's the kind of content creator that will expose DMs and try to use those DMs publicly to get a win on another content creator that he personally wronged for no other reason than because he had a political affiliation to do so. And as I've said before, but it is a staple that I'll bring to this second point, it was politically expedient and financially lucrative. Blair Vaughn fucked over personal friends, fucked over employees, led a campaign to try to attack Legal Eagle. Why? Because they had similar ways of making content. They used similar processes for videos and thumbnails. Later on, now, is going all the way down and suffering for her actions, as she should. Financial suffering, financial torture, emotional distress and abuse and manipulation, all expunged because of the way that she went about her actions publicly. What kind of content creator is Illuminati? The kind that will fuck over her friends, fuck over her business, fuck over other random people just because she wants it her way. She's the kind of person who will change and switch on you in a way that makes, and ironically enough that they are happy to be tied over, will do so not just to people like me and you, but to people like Tommy C. People she used to do shit with. Because realistically, when you make content with a person, there's a level of trust that is inherent there. You're sharing in a project, and on that project, whether it brings attention or not, you're having fun together with that person. She was willing to fuck over a person she called a friend. And then she fucked over actual personal friends. She fucked over her own personal lover! So then we come to the question, what kind of content creator is Keffals? What kind of woman is Keffals? What kind of woman is Clara Sorrenti? Clara Sorrenti is the kind of content creator that will lie and cheat and steal real world money that was promised to them for their survival, and will use it to play hide and seek with internet trolls. And when caught, says, you can't talk about me, you're not trans enough until you slice your penis off or you get kicked in the cooter and you replace it with an inner pocket or a horrible meat obelisk. You can't criticize me. Only the trans can criticize me. And if you trans motherfuckers try to kill me, I'ma burn it all down. That is who Clara Sorrenti is. And upon witnessing this, for each person, they did it because it was financially lucrative and politically expedient. Because it goes into all 3 points and leads to the abuse case of the personality type of being a size queen. You can smell it. That's foul. That's foul, whore. That's foul. So by witnessing this, and me being here in the position to hear this, as I ask these questions, the question, chat, that I pose to you, what kind of content creator is single player Carl? What kind of man is Anastasia Jean? When he's wearing no hats, When he's not in the act of a content creator, he's not in the act of a comedian, he's not in the act of a researcher. Who am I as a man? Like, who am I as a man? I am the man that, for all of my faults and doubts, in the shadow of the night, when I believe that nobody's watching me, assumptively, I say, nigga, that's wrong. That's wrong. What do you mean, Carl? Come on, Carl, it's fine. Everybody does it. Nigga, I don't care who everybody is. I'm Carl. I think that's wrong. The what? You got me fucked up. You got me fucked up. I ain't doing that. And that's the bottom fucking line. That's the bottom fucking line. Glass shatter. You can't justify this. You can't argue your way out of this. And any person who approaches it and says, come on, Carl, you have to consider. No, ain't shit I gotta consider. I gotta address it as a content creator. I don't have to address it as a researcher. I don't have to address it as a political agent, which I'm not. I don't have to address it as a gamer. I can address it as a human being. She stole! She lied! She cheated! She tried to hide it! And she tried to take your ability to understand the situation away from you! And when you ask them, but why did you do that? Why is it that their opinion is not valid? They gave you bullshit! And tried to lead you to have an opinion about somebody that is not true. It doesn't matter what the fuck I've done in my personal experience. What's personal and has nothing to do with my career should not affect things like this. Sure, she's got abuses. Sure, she's got drama. Where the fuck does the drama justify the theft of this level of money? Nowhere! And to understand that these are the processes that it has to go to. It's not just they woke up randomly one day, flipped the coin and said, I'm gonna steal money. They made an explicit commission. They made an explicit choice. They committed to that choice. And they kept upholding that choice as a web of lies that now is getting torched down because Mudokar, granted, he wasn't even the person who started it. Technically, it was started by Destiny and Kiwi Farms. When Kiwi Farms threw a rock at the spider's web, it wasn't enough. Because people didn't want to say, listen, bro, it's Kiwi Farms. Why don't you listen? Then when it was Destiny, and Destiny getting personally fucked over by Keffals, and he went at it with a stick, swallowed it up with a stick, threw the stick away. She came back. So now Mudahar, because for some people, despite the information not being new, it's new to some people. Now that it's more public, more publicized in a way that has never been done before in the past, information that can easily and readily be addressed and also affiliated and officiated without Kiwi Farms. Kick him out the door. Okay, we're going to need to... Oh, you don't trust the word shady dealer? Okay, that's fine. That's not where I'm going to get this information from. I'm going to walk over here to this public library. Oh, look! The lies about you are in a public library! Slap on the desk. We all walked up to this situation with an aerosol can and a lighter. It said, watch this shit. Some people would say that's explicit, that that's too much. Some people would say that my demonstration here is excessive, it's too much. No, it's not. It's necessary. You need to understand it. You need to understand every single piece of this that went down into it. So that when this shit happens again, when somebody tries to play devil's advocate, or worse, is inherently being a disingenuous meat writer, you need to tell them, get the fuck off her meat. Get the fuck off her schmeat, bro. Stop riding that dick. I understand you love to gallop. Oh, you love galloping for Keffals. But we don't do shit around here. We know what they did. We know for certain. Are you sure you did? Yes, bitch, we watched it live on air. Get the fuck out of here. That's what you gotta do. Why? Because for her, it was politically expedient and financially lucrative to do so. But this then brings in all hypothesis, of course. And that, of course, is the same thing that was addressed by Nicholas DiOrio that I'll address here. But Carl, aren't you benefiting too? the answer is yeah. But I'm not doing it because it's politically expedient and financially lucrative or safe for me to do so. I'm saying it because it's true. Like I said when I covered this kind of level of stupidity from somebody like Vito Guaswalti, I will repeat the words I said from that video. If you can be destroyed by the truth, you deserve to be. Because many of us, when it comes to drama, we can be more petty than a person who's being targeted or is the current bad guy of the story can remain relevant. We can be petty forever. We can be petty forever. And sometimes it's deserved because of the level of veracity we're going to. So when somebody asks the eternal question of all of that and then asks me as like a permanent counter, but you're benefiting from this too, aren't you? You're making a career off this. You're just as guilty as them. No, the fuck I'm not. There's plenty of things I'm guilty of. I ain't guilty of that. I ain't guilty of that. Fuck out of here. Am I benefiting? Yeah, I am. What of it? I know who I am, and I'm not that. Simple as that. It's really as simple as that. But it's not so simple. Which is why I have to lay it out to you, see. You have to understand, though, you gotta understand those concepts, that these things are happening all at the same time. You gotta understand that. You gotta understand that. And it is, too. It is hilarious watching Tipster fucking suck the trans dick on that. It really is. Kappa. Kappa, no Kappa. And you have to know every single part of that. It's not as simple as just saying, well, you understand what I'm talking about, right? I need you to know. I need you all to know. You need to know. You need to go in with the knowledge. Because I don't necessarily lead myself in every situation to go out of my way to, like, quote, teach people. While I love pedagogy, sometimes I know just as much as the rest of you all. And I like to learn together. And on that level, you have to be able to understand that when I evaluate situations like this, when I evaluate things like this, that's the mindset I go in with. That's what I'm thinking about every time I look at some of these reactions concerning shit like this. You got to do it that way. Because if somebody's like, bro, what's the big harm? It's like saying, bro, what's the big harm? What, you all she did was steal a little bit of candy? And yes, he has always been making himself a lolcow. In my case, I knew about some of it, but I didn't care to look into it. Because it's like, bro, I don't want to do all that extra research, but now that it's readily available to me, go ahead and have a little read. Of course.
It's that failure that causes a whole panoply of YouTube stars to like fill that gap because no one else is doing this.
Well, Philosophy Tube's going to be in Star Wars, so
I'm excited about that. I'm excited about that.
Well, I think the one concern is, I don't know if it's the YouTube algorithm that forces this way, but the reason why we're just only talking about Keffals is because she has made herself the Jesse Jackson of trans. That's the and that's the only thing you have to get out of it. It's the only fucking thing that we're gonna try to find a way. Like, she made herself light and raw. That was her own thing. That was literally it. So this is why we're talking. Nobody else is in that position. Nobody else has even claimed to jump into that position too. So this is.
But that's another reason why I have a problem with Keffals. I feel like Keffals used that opportunity to exploit people. There is no figurehead. I'll be the figurehead.
Oh God.
Keffals is really good at. I think at her best, she can really see a controversy and drag some drama out of it. I think it's a skill it's too bad she can't.
To give her flowers, yes, there are some content creators that excel at being able to use the chaos of a situation. Because you gotta remember, chat, at the end of the day, no matter what you feel about a situation, when it comes to content, chaos is a ladder. Chaos is a ladder. It has always been a ladder. It's always been a ladder. It will always be a ladder. And as long as chaos is a ladder, you need somebody to be able to say in the middle of that chaos, hey, yo, that's enough. You gotta lie. You doing too much. You always are gonna need somebody to do that. Because the alternative is that you don't have somebody do that. And then what? And then what?
Yeah.
She like the kiwi farms, the drop kiwi farms thing. That's not the work of an amateur.
That's true. I've been working on that for a really long time. She got it done where me and a whole bunch of political professionals completely failed.
What, did she get it done?
Yeah, did she do that? Well, that's fair point.
I mean, it's still there. If anything, it's more resilient than ever.
Fair point. She dealt, let's phrase it this way, she dealt a blow that a lot of serious people have been trying to deal for a very long time. And
She didn't, though. But she didn't, though.
She's great at doxing people in the DMs.
Alright,
the thing about the Kiwi farm stuff, this is what we have to address too, because some people think cover for Kiwi farms or something. Look, at the end of the day, Kiwi farms to me, I've said in the video, and this is why I don't tweet out anything, because it's like, you gotta watch the video, like fucking anybody that's been shit on the forums, I condemn their fucking behavior, right? Like transferring whatever shit has a fucking place in my mind. That being said, I did stand by my definition of what they do is functionally legal, right? Like, even the definition of doxing, right? For instance, if we're going by just the US version of it, if they're just cataloging shit they see in the white pages, that's not doxing. I compared it to the other website Zero, where the group was actually maliciously using US servicemen credentials or US federal agent credentials to source information out of like federal databases. That's a fucking problem. That's illegal behavior. These are distinctions I make out. Now, as far as the website goes, yeah, shutting down Kiwi Farms and delivering a blow is one thing, but being a fucking former cybersecurity agent, right? Like, the idea of looking at what the site is now, even if there are less users, right? It is a much more resilient site than ever before. And some of the technologies on there, I wouldn't even doubt have been spread to other, more dangerous websites, I would say, or more insanely wild websites. I won't name them. So, this is what's happening.
But they've already been named. People have constantly named Jockbin Zero already. But then again, this information was the one that was had before that situation. But again, you shouldn't have been calling it Website Zero to begin with anyways. You should have been exposing them if what you want to do is to shut down things that you believe are illegal and shouldn't be possible. That's something that people should have gone out of their way to make sure was possible. But people didn't. Now you guys get to suffer the consequences that come with doing that.
If you are looking for peace,
It was shut down, briefly, brought up back on hold. Now it has a front-facing rear-web domain that is easily accessible.
they got $100,000 in donations for their own legal fund now, by the way, which I'm sure is not going to GoPros.
So this would be my pushback on that. And look, I agree with you, Midahar. Like, directionally, there's a very strong free speech argument for Kiwi Farms. I want to tell you what my experience with Kiwi Farms has been. Let me just tell you a really graphic story of something happened. Someone looked at my pictures online, you know, public information, Facebook pictures, me taking a picture of my dog or whatever, and, you know, they took those pictures and they managed to diagram a picture of my house. And they did a background picture of the house and they put it on Kiwi Farms. It got published on Medium. And then from there, one of those nut jobs started sending me graphic stories every single day explaining how they were going to come through my house and execute me, execute my dogs, execute my husband, and really graphic stories. Like talking about how they were going to get me and cut the skin off my body and force feed it to me. So it is a vector for sending mentally unhealthy.
I mean, you could make that argument, but you could also make that argument based on YouTube alone. Should we do this exact same thing for YouTube? That's just fear-mongering. And yes, you are valid to be able to have that concern and say, you know what, that's crazy that they did that. But what do you want people to do as a response? What do you believe is the acceptable means by which that should be addressed and done? But it can't, because it can't be that we're just going to say, oh, yeah, you got doxed by Kiwi Farms? Here's a free license to do and say whatever you want at any time. That's not valid and that's not fair, and you know it. Because if people went to the exact same extremes in what's being done right now with Goobergay 1 and Goobergay 2, oh yes, all the people who did that will certifiably as a member of the good boys for Gamergate and Gamergate 2, oh yeah, we're just gonna give them a pass. You know, they were under pressure, they were stressed. It's okay that they sent a bomb threat and that they shut down a person's event and that they did everything possible to try and stop a person from having a career. That's acceptable, that's fine. It's not. And you know that it's not. So let's not even go to that extreme. Don't even gotta go there. Nor to tell you, and that's wrong. Don't even gotta go there to tell you that that's wrong. Yeah, I know. It's okay, whore. You did your best.
Healthy people to your real world life. And like, there's no easy policy answer here because free speech is really important. I thought when you said like we banned a lot of this stuff on mainstream platforms and of course it's going to go somewhere, I actually think that's a very fair statement. But it's not, I think there's a tendency by people to not really look at what the real world outcome is of some of these sites. And it really, really hurts people. I actually know women that have very deliberately stayed out of the limelight for their entire career because they have children and they don't want them targeted with this stuff. So I think there's a
Buy a gun. Buy a shotgun.
wider calculation of what happens from this.
I think this is the website like Kiwi Farms personally is like when I mentioned the Kiwi Farms, and like you said when you messaged me, we're all from like old school Portugal.
Yeah.
There are far more insane boards out there that I feel like the energy could have been more directed at. It was one of the points of the video. I'm like, look, not for cover for Kiwi Farms, but look, if I had the tier list, the level of hell that existed on the internet, the website that actually caused the damage should have been down. The problem that I also have, and I probably should actually mention this in the video, is that when you don't take down the offending website, right? And in this case, it's all websites again. That website gains more power, you know, in the sense that they know that, oh, they're just going to go after the fucking, you know, the other website, blah, 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 because we're still fucking safe. That's my only other concern, like, with this situation. The other thing is, look, I get it. Your information is out there. People say really wild stuff all the time, too. And I'm not going to run the oppression Olympics over here because we're all content creators. There's a good chance all of our personal information is already out there.
All of it.
When I did deep web browsing, there was an entire 3-4 dark web pages, literal pages, not the farms, the pages, where they just put all of my information up there, right? You know, it's to the point where I'm doing the Tony Soprano sitting outside in my backyard with a fucking AK-47 waiting for the fucking worst to happen because paranoia kind of hits you. No jokes right there. People will do fucked up shit. I worry about family. There have been previous tenants for older homes that I've lived in that I've had awkward calls with because shit has happened. People have sent stuff to the house. Have shown up. I get it. There's a lot of bad stuff on the internet. There's a lot of bad friendly people out there, for sure.
Sure.
But that also completely said, though, it's like, what these websites do, I get shutting them down. I just feel like championing them being shut down and using it as like, it aggravates them.
Burn me on a fucking cross here. I understand. Like, this shit's got my fucking address on it too. Alright, I understand what you're saying, but like, let's not pretend that 99% of the discussion on Kiwi Farms is just people like laughing, calling people fat, and talking about fucking YouTube drama. Like, the vast majority of it is literally just a message board.
I agree with you. And I think, like, the long-term policy solution, like, I've talked to Catherine Clark, Congresswoman Catherine Clark, who's in charge of the DNC nowadays, a lot about this. Like, the long-term policy solution.
And that's half the reason people don't agree with you on this, because you're trying to bring in the government. You don't need the government. You need actual group policing. It should be as simple as that. And when they get crazy and they decide to do things that cause death threats, say, hey, yo, listen, we all disavow. Even us shitposters. Listen, man, I like calling a person a TR-oon, but you know, this guy's doing too much. Get him. That's all you need to do. You don't need the government. Because if you involve the government, they're just going to use it as a way to ban platforms they don't have control over. They're doing it to TikTok. They're going to do it to X. They're going to do it to anything that is not willing to suck the corporatist dick boot. And I am not in the mood to lick them. Only one thing I'll put my tongue on the I'll lick, that's going to be a nasty place, and that ain't theirs.
Of this is we need law enforcement to understand that some of these death threats in the digital age is not benign, and we need for them to like prosecute some of these cases, right? Like, I think that, you know, if you want to call someone the T word or some slurs online, tough shit. That's free speech. Yet if you're repeatedly telling someone in graphic terms how you were going to murder them, I actually think there should be some law enforcement out there that should look at that, see if there's a criminal case and pursue it. I think if you introduce consequences into the equation for the most extreme cases, I think that would do a lot of good here. So, you know, it's really frustrating that activists are put in this place of like trying to shut down a website because the fucking FBI can't be bothered to hire 100 agents to do this, right?
Mm-hmm. I think, but I think like at the core of it, one of the big concerns, again, I'll reiterate it.
I should try to open this.
I don't appreciate whatever the fuck they're doing, what you're condemning, obviously. Null has a situation in place, and Null's not a perfect individual, but it's a website that has far more rules about that extreme end that we're talking about, or the extreme end of threats.
Sure.
Punch, the cow mentality, so to speak, whatever happened over there. But there are websites like Website Zero, for instance, where Vile was operating, right? Where Vile was putting out information. Vile, who actually commits illegal actions like using federal agents, that should be the website target. I mean, it's not as if the FBI can. They literally arrested a couple of their operators because the weapons for the legal department.
It's not like it's your situation. I'm telling you, like, well, you've had a big problem with Kiwi Farms, but you should be talking about this more important website. That's why I think Keffals is malicious. She had a problem with this more important website, and she took the fight to Kiwi Farms anyways. Yeah.
I mean, I can't defend that. I can't. So I think.
And to not disclose it even after, you know, like
the criticism is very fair. I mean, you know, they're
like the reason why she wanted the Kiwi Farms gone was not necessarily because of the harassment. She wasn't receiving the harassment from Kiwi Farms in the sense that if we were told in the public, she was receiving it primarily from Website Zero and the Vile group that was actually the one doxing her.
Yeah.
This whole thing is a case of disinformation. There's 4 different versions of the story of what happened on the day she was swatted. There's what website was going after her. There's now a dispute on whether she used the money to get away from an abusive partner or used it to get away from people from Kiwi Farms, both of which are stories that she herself have told, right? So at what point you want to see this as like, oh, this is a person who's obviously gone through a lot and they're making a lot of like extremely bad decisions, or what point is this person just bad? They're just malicious. They're taking advantage of the good faith they know they can get from a community that doesn't often critique their own.
She has continuously lied to her audience this entire time.
I mean, I just saw a DM of 5 minutes ago. I don't think this is super relevant to like the discussion that we're specifically having, but it's talking about Destiny's wife. Remember when Keffals like walked up and confronted Destiny's wife at TwitchCon? Here's a message from Clara. If I ever get pressed on this again, I'll say, look, I don't think I did that, but even if I did, it was a long time ago, and I've grown a lot as a person. That's such a fun response to give to people. Like, I mean, this is a person who knows what they're doing. They have
this. I guess this is like where we all need to kind of agree. This is like where I don't think there's any form of like this, because the problem with her portrayal of this whole drop farm stuff is, in my research for this entire situation, there are 2 websites that I looked at. Okay, Kiwi Farms for a lot of the archive material, the archive links, not sourcing them as an actual source, but because of the archive links that I pulled up to see screenshots on Twitter. Right, Twitter is still the primary source of a lot of those tweets. That's where they were made. The other website, Website Zero, was where I found all of the information regarding, accounts, information, use orders, fucking personal information, not just Clara, but the people surrounding her. The focus was put on Kiwi Farms, and this is the reason it was put on there is because she found it convenient to launch the nuke against there, because if she had gotten Kiwi Farms completely taken down, the video I made cataloging her terrible behavior could not have existed, because there would be no archive. We can't pull up those archives on mainstream platforms because a lot of those platforms take down the worst of content, or they can easily operate mass flagging operations on these sites. You can't do that on Kiwi Farms. So if she was really genuine, and I would have supported her had she gone against Website Zero with all of the bravado, instead she chose Kiwi Farms because it satiated her personal benefit to get rid of all the bad will against her. And this goes for anybody that was critical. I've had some of the biggest, I shouldn't even be saying this, I had a big creator reach out to me on a private DM, and I could have easily slapped them back with some real saucy shit that was sourced right from the farm, because all they did was archive. The reason why a lot of people wanted this site gone is because it held their worst skeletons in the closet. Stuff that would consistently deconstruct their narratives they put out. That's it.
Do you think that's it? I think that's so cynical.
Because here's the thing, the Kiwi Farms is going to be shitting on me. I can't, look, people will call me a street shitter all day on Kiwi Farms. It's not something that fucking burns me. I can call that a movie. I can call that since I was a fucking kid. But going on, it might even contain a lot of these sites contain my personal information, but that's not a reason that I go up against them. I try not to give that as much attention as I can.
But this is my issue with and I think this is a problem with criminal space. I have this problem. It's like there's how can I put this? It's almost like sooner or later you're put into a category and then everything you say or do is like filtered through this bad thing, right? It's seen in this certain way that just makes you assume the worst. And
I'll give you an example of why I don't want Kiwi Farms. Like, why I don't have my, like, death wish against it. Why I wasn't, like, why this was a different thing. Is because I never took money from my community, and that evidence exists somewhere on a server somewhere.
Sure.
You know?
I hear what you're saying.
It doesn't matter. Like, I could die today and not have to worry about anything bad. I don't have any, like, fucking pin me a million times all day every day. You'll never find any evidence of me fucking talking salaciously to anyone.
I feel stronger.
I literally have never read the Farms thread because I behave in a way like I tell the truth. I behave with integrity, and I'm sure they've got stuff on there that's embarrassing because I'm a human and I do embarrassing stuff. I don't care. But what I'm saying to you is like the bad faith, the really dark interpretation, she's cynically trying to destroy evidence. And I think like the good faith
But she did though.
would be, here are some assholes, they're harassing her. Keffals does have a temper. I've got it.
Harpoon.
She wanted to strike back and destroy them. I think that
But she's doing it by wearing like the trauma equivalent of blackface. She's like recounting all the stories of like, she's talking about like dead people.
I'm saying there's another possibility of what her motives are.
I know, but she's talking about dead people in comparison to her own story that didn't happen. You understand? Like she's like pulling up people who killed themselves and using them as examples why we need to push her story that's not real to take down a website that didn't specifically harm her the way she's claiming.
Sure.
And not actually going after the real perpetrator.
Sure.
And then I asked her about it, and she told me, well, I don't think there's enough momentum. So you're thinking about this like it's an op? Is this like a business move? Because that's how she spoke to me. That's what I got from this. Yeah. Is that this is all fake, it's all fabricated.
You know, I'd have to look more into this. So sad.
Feel with
be
her
honest with you,
situation.
Brianna, actually watch this video. Don't watch that last one like I told you to. Watch the entire video.
I watched the whole video. I watched it twice.
Well, you said you listened to it. You said you listened to it. Yeah, you need to sit down and actually watch it with your eyes. Because what he shows, you're going to see that he has been a constant liar his entire time, and he has played the fuck out of every single one of y'all.
So to be fair, Rudahar, you
Boo.
that stuff in Destiny's video, which I've seen a lot, or at least it contained the same information. So that was part of why I listened to it. Because
Well, one of the reasons, that was, so, usually I'm like one of those guys where I'm like, I don't care if you watch or listen to my videos, but that's a video that I highly recommend you watch, because that was the one video where it's like, fucking, we saw screenshot after screenshot after fucking screenshot. And I was meticulously going and slapping those up on the screen just so that, because my whole thing is, look, I don't like to make a video that's like bad faith, or I don't like to make a video where I can go with a narrative that I can't necessarily prove. Look, videos of mine, I could probably have an inconsistency or two because, again, not perfect, and obviously this situation involved other writers, other researchers. This is the first time I actually had to like work with a few people to make sure we're all checking each other. So, you know, there may be an error or two, but so far in the last 2 days, there hasn't been anything that's been found out. But, you know, hey, look, we dug up everything that we can to put on the screen, and we showed that it was pristine, untouched archive links, just so people can read through and see a proper timeline. Because I really feel like she has been so bad faith in talking about the situation. There were clips from the H3 podcast that I showed where she wasn't pressed hard talking about these situations at all. And she needed to have been pressed at the time. And this is a situation where now the story is amassed together in an hour 33 minutes, and I feel that it's in a perfect way where nobody has to sift through 400 pages of like a key. You don't have to touch the fucking key farm. You think your computer is gonna get like fucking transphobic.exe through it. Okay? You watch a video and get it all right there. So this is a situation where I really think like we've built a case against this one person, and I don't feel like anybody in this community should be running a company. If this was the gaming community and this was like the Mama Max community, there's no way anybody can defend the guy. You know?
I hope it doesn't come across as her today. I mean, I feel like I've said over and over, I think there's some really criticism here. I just, God, maybe it's just, like, she's going after me the other day publicly on Twitter, and I just let it go. And I chalk it up into my head as, you know, she's going through some tough stuff. Maybe
But don't though, because she's not.
Did you see the screenshot that I leaked?
Only tough thing is she's going through is getting caught.
Because it's funny, because I saw you defending Tipster, and I'm just wondering what
Did
they
I
were
defend
thinking.
Tipster?
I think so. In the past.
In the past, I have.
Well, that's what I mean, in the past, and it's like, I wonder what they were thinking about you.
Yeah, it really hurt my feelings, to be honest with you.
Well,
I feel like I've been a good
ground
friend
on
to
that
her.
one.
I feel like I've genuinely tried to be the best friend to her I can, and you know, I think that really made me feel hurt, to be honest.
Brianna, guess what? Your best friend, or the
She's
best
not
friend
my
that you
best
could
friend.
be, guess what? The best friend that you could be to her, she fucked you over and lied to you for years, homegirl. Okay? Just
I
let you
really
know.
feel like if
She
you want to
lied
be
ya.
empathetic toward
The way that Xylee always goes about communicating information, so refreshing. Ah, yes. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Fading snare. Increases the effect by 25. Physical output, duration of the effect. Yes, Lord. Got the loom. I can now make the cotton yarn. You I lucked into, so I need to make the silver thread bag. But now I have the loom, so I can make the silver thread bag. Who's next? Great swords. Two-handers. Blood hunger. Recognize blood type and blood quality in nearby units. It's useful, but I don't think it's the biggest thing. However, blood press is giant. Blood essence is big. You are prison cell. So you're what I need to continue the quest line, and you're what gives me reinforced plank. I need to do the plank before I do the blood.
hurt somebody. It's not about like she doesn't have to respond to anything in the video. I really don't. I don't care. But I saw her tweet about that shit. Nobody is begging for any response. Trust me. I said my piece. I move on to the next fucking thing that sticks in my head or it's on my fucking content dartboard. That's how my brain works. That's how my fucking ideas work. That's it. I don't care so much for a response. I do think the community as a whole, the trans community, should be holding her to accountability over how she's acted, how she's ran some of these ranch catboy servers, and more importantly, how she's actually been operating, like, you know, her money, her GoFundMe. Because, look, me and you have both given her money. I gave her like $5, okay? So fucking, I want to see an accountability spreadsheet on that fucking money. Because if it wasn't going towards a legal case with fucking the London police in a way that it should have, then we've got an issue going on. We've got a big problem.
I agree, and I think there's potentially legal liability there. So There it is. Moonhard, before I jump off, I just want to say your last video, you were talking about 501 for a C4 tax law, which is something I deal with a lot.
Where is the horses?
If you ever do a video where you need more clarity on that, I can hook you up with a compliance person, because there was some stuff in that I thought was a little shaky.
Yeah, anytime.
Fair enough.
Brianna,
yes.
Leave. There's a trans person that's been waiting in calls. They've been wanting to talk to you for a while. Is there any way I can pull them in so you can have a conversation with them?
What do they want to talk about?
I'm not really sure what they. I know they're aggravated by you, but
If
I just
I'm
feel
on
like.
trial, I feel like
Well, no, I just feel like I don't know a whole lot about that. I feel like the whole thing. We've been talking about trans stuff for so long. You know, point of view of the trans person and then talking.
Sure.
If it goes awry, you know, you can always just leave or tell me to kick them out. I'll do it forever.
Sure.
All right. Reese, you're on. Reese, you had some issues with Brianna?
Yes, I do. So to start with, you are really, like, you're being so like, I don't know what the word is. Sorry, I'm already pissed off. You're going around the main fucking point of everything. Like, we try and say something about how Keffals is being shitty and, like, talking to minors about HRT, but then you say, oh no, it's about the politics behind it. Right now, this whole Mooter's video was about Keffals. It's not about the politics to do with this. You know, you keep on deflecting and going on to some things. And, like, I'm trying to say as well that, like, because she's gone through trauma and addiction, that gives her some fucking, like, a little bit of grace. I'm not being funny, but we are trans. We should know to call out these fucking people when they're doing shit.
I think I've said on this repeatedly that she needs to be held.
No, but you're still giving her excuses for shit. You're still saying, oh, she's had trauma, she's had this, she's had that, she's had hickey with, she's had people harm. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. You need to listen to everyone who's talking, not just your, like, her and Keffals' little fucking Cole. You need to listen to actual other trans people who aren't licking her ass.
This person's really bad at communicating, but I understand the point that they're trying to get across, but this has been communicated better by other people in the call. All this person's doing is leading to the kind of agitation that would then give Brianna Wu an out to say, and I don't usually like taking this position, because when I try to talk about these things, I get excoriated for shit that I'm not responsible for. And this is something that people would have to look at that and be like, yep, that's not fair, the way that she's communicated. Like, we're not going to constantly rake her over the coals and then re-traumatize her for shit that she's already said, you know what, you're right. This is not the way you're supposed to do this. They are not helping. They are not helping.
It seems like that's what you're doing. You just keep on giving just explanations for her.
Can I please stop? If my opinion on Keffals is more nuanced than yours, I can't pretend that it's not more nuanced. It's my genuine opinion. I think I've answered questions here.
Well, you've got to stand up for people like us.
I'm gonna
stand up for people like us. You keep on fucking interrupting me, dude. Like, for real. Like, you got.
You came into the call extremely aggressive. You gotta chill. You came into the call extremely aggressive. You gots to chill. You can be flamey and fiery, but you also gots to chill. She has to be able to speak. Trying to be good representation of the trans community as they're pissed that Brianna's giving a pass, rightfully so. True. But the thing is that by them going so hard, that it will justify the ability to say, well, this is why I don't talk about those people. I only want to adjust and identify true people. Because anybody should be able to come in here and say these things. Like, I should be able to go into a call like that and say my piece, and it be accepted. But if somebody like that acts extreme, it serves as a weapon to then stop those voices from being heard. And that's something that we have to be very good about making sure doesn't happen.
There is no space in my inventory.
Stand up for people like us and stop. Just because Keffals is your buddy, you can't say, oh, just because she's, you know, she's got stuff going on. So fucking what? We call out these people when they fuck up.
Filled.
Don't pussyfoot around just because she's trans, just because we're trans. It doesn't fucking matter. If anything, that makes that we stop fucking interrupting me. If anything, that should make us fucking call her out more than other people, because we're not going to sit around and take this shit. With you people, you saying stuff like this, it's making all of us look fucking terrible, and as if we just sit and take this shit. We're sick of it.
I hear what you're saying. I think that anger is very fair. I think it's a point of view that needs to be out there. I think Keffals needs to hear that. I can't pretend. I cannot
Alright, Reese, you gotta let
pretend.
Brianna respond here.
Yeah.
Let Brianna.
I can't pretend that my point of view is not what my point of view is. What I can do here, I think I've answered the questions that have been asked to me today fairly. I think I've hit them head on. And, like, we're talking about the need the policing community, which I fully agree. We desperately need. Do you think we do that by, like, leaping to the angriest conclusions? Or do you think it's like sitting down and talking about stuff with a little bit of nuance like adults? I actually think that gives it a lot more credibility if you do that.
Damn, that hurts.
So maybe we just have different
I'm burning.
but it's just genuinely who I am.
People have tried to do that in the past. Don't act like you're the first person now to be saying stuff about Keffals. People like me, I've been saying for years how much of a shitty ass person she is, but it's only now that people are saying stuff because she's done such a bad thing that no one can turn a side eye to it anymore. I'm not being funny. People have been calling this shit out for years. For fucking years. And you people aren't listening to it because you're part of a fucking Catboy cult.
Catboy cult?
That's crazy. That's a crazy statement you just made, bro. I understand how they would approach that conclusion, but that's a crazy thing to say out loud.
Old? I don't think I'm part of a Catboy cult.
It is, man. Come on. Like, I'm not being funny. Like, you just... These are things around.
No, it's not. Like, streaming is just like a bonus mission thing that I do with my job. Like, this is not my job. Like, Keffals is not the center of my life. She's
So
just...
why are you trying to act like you're like an authority and like you're trying to give justifications and reasons for everything that she's done? If you're not part of it, then why are you even like trying to say shit about it?
I think...
Fair.
I'm fucking no one. I'm trying to talk to you about it and you're trying to make this whole fucking bullshit justification. Well, I'm not being funny, but you're trying to say that, like, she had addiction problems because of Kiwi Farms. That's giving a justification of shit. Is that not?
I think context is not justification. I'm saying this plays into
You literally said, so you've got to give her some grace because
you're
have shit in the
flaming
past.
at me in a really immature way. So I'm gonna
You
answer your
literally
question.
said...
I'm going to answer your...
And there it happened. And that's why it's important to become correct and deal with things in a proper manner to prevent that from happening. Unfortunate.
You said...
let Brianna finish.
There is no space in my inventory.
To be fair, you didn't really give her a chance to respond to the things you're saying. You just keep berating her. But fair is fair, I suppose. Hate you!
So, this is the thing. If you're talking about this and Keffals has an addiction issue, like talking about that context, that's not excusing it. You're doing the exact same thing that the trans rights extremists do, where everything is good or bad or black or white or up or down, and we just need a smarter conversation top to bottom. I am not...
Rihanna was correct.
I'm trying to explain how I came to my assessment of what's going on with her and what the path forward is.
Rihanna was correct.
I didn't make a GoFundMe and stick most of it up my fucking nose.
Okay, good. I'm glad.
Like, you're trying to give justifications.
I'm not justifying.
I'm fucking. Oh my god.
Okay.
Is there anything else you wanted to say, Reese?
Honestly, I'm sick of trans people like this trying to talk over the fucking rest of us. I'm sick of it. I'm genuinely sick of it. Like, this person can't go around thinking that she's like, just because she's Keffals' friend, that she knows everything about what's going on. And like, I'm not being funny, but Muta's video was fucking brilliant. It's fucking brilliant.
I enjoyed it.
You haven't listened. You haven't. How can you agree if you haven't watched it properly?
Valid.
You haven't listened to. You haven't watched the whole part about Catboy Ranch properly, have you?
Okay.
Okay. Maybe you should watch it.
Yeah, I should.
And know about what your little buddy does. And actually.
You have to stop laying into them and saying buddy. That framing of the argument is really toxic. And it's part of the way, and it's part of the reason why, if she really wanted to, she would just leave the conversation and be like, God damn, maybe people have an opinion about trans people. You can't go that hard. I understand why you want to go that hard, but you can't go that hard.
Call that shit out when it happens.
Okay.
Alright, I think we've reached an impasse at this point. We're just gonna go around in circles.
Like, this is how the trans community fixes itself. You just need to scream until all the bad people go away. That's how we're gonna fix it.
I'm out.
No, that's not how it works.
I'm out.
Alright, well, Brianna, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
No, thanks for having me on. I didn't know it was gonna be this.
Yeah, I need to
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Thanks for coming on. I didn't know it was gonna turn out to be this.
I just didn't want this lie to stand that wasn't my YouTube channel, so I needed to correct it. So.
Come on over to commentary, Beckett. Leave Twitch poll. It'll be great over here. Nothing will happen. I didn't bring them fucking with you. You put the fucking tweet in, motherfucker.
They followed you, Beckett. Okay.
Listen, both you and Xylee are responsible for this shit, and I take no accountability. Fuck this. If Keffals can take no account, I was traumatized. None of this is my fucking fault. Fuck all of you. I'm sad there talking to the guys.
Cover you. People gonna cover you.
I'm just like, I've got PTSD. I'm fucking flashbacks. This shit.
Don't you worry. I got it written down right now.
Well, thanks for coming on.
Thanks for calling in, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump on. Bye, y'all.
Alright, thank you very much.
Thank you, Reese. Great call.
Thank you for having me on. Appreciate you guys.
Cheers, Reese.
Yes. Hello.
You did good.
Yes.
True.
Thank you, Kylie. I appreciate you. And also, Muta is not transphobic.
Oh yeah, we know.
We know. Yeah, we know, but we know that.
As a speaker for the trans community, I thought I'd say that. Right, peace out. Good stream. Bye.
Bye.
Muta, thanks for calling in, man. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah,
I think.
Alright.
It's like phone's just been left on the desk.
Look. Yeah, Muta, I'm just gonna disconnect you, buddy.
I just do there.
Alright, I'm getting out of here, guys.
Peace, bestie.
You pop in for that, you just leave. Okay.
Alright, I just want to say this. To Woo, right? We had somewhat of an idea how that call would go with Rice because we knew that they didn't like you, but again, it just felt a little bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, like,
it's disingenuous to not have the trans person on when we're
Yeah.
talking about transition.
And not only that, she as soon as Brianna called in, Reese was in the chat. Reese went right to the room. They've been sitting there patiently for how long has this debate been? Like an hour or two? Like an hour and a half?
Very long
so,
time.
like it would not be right to just ignore that.
No, and Reese had every right to come up here and say what he had to say, and very real concerns. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey guys, what did I miss?
Okay. This is the part where oh hey Muta, I
Muta.
disconnected because you stopped talking, so I figured. Did he?
No, I was waiting.
Muta, are you there?
He's just picking
Just wanted to say bye before I edit out. I was attention.
Appreciate it. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for coming in.
See you guys.
Did he fall asleep?
I'm all.
Jingle said on Twitter they had just got home, so he may have fallen asleep. Okay, I'm leaving now. W stream. Talk to you another call. Shut up, Toxic. All right, bye.
Later. Wow. I can't wait for people to start reacting to this stream and be like, oh god, December Lily. Where the fuck Everybody's be like, who the fuck is Ember Lily?
Yeah, we should get to know him at least.
It's like fucking Toxic said, the peaks and troughs of fucking community. Right? So we started with Ember Lily, we end with fucking Rihanna Wu.
Look, a lot of people were wondering, like, why don't you say this? Why don't you say that, bro?
It's not our place, honestly.
We are out of our own. Hey, look, one thing you cannot take away from our recording is we know when to shut the fuck up and let the content roll. That's one thing you gotta get right.
We're literally in the group chat. We're literally in the group chat. We're the kids at the adult table right now.
I must look on if I want to carry it.
The group chat, I was like...
it's interesting conversation.
If you like the content, don't forget to like and subscribe and get us to 3K. We're almost at 3K.
Yeah,
and 200 likes. You fuckers in here now.
Yeah, look, we're at like 281 now, so we need about 19 subscribers
and
to get to 3K.
Go.
Tomorrow's our 2-year anniversary, right? Be a pretty cool little, timing thing.
I can't believe that Keen called in. He was actually like someone serious.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's very same Keen.
I was looking at him in chat. I was like, that man's gonna come in here and he's just gonna derail everything.
He muted right away. Like, I pulled him in and he just instantly
muted. Pull me in now, and then just mutes.
Because we're like, well, Bobax came in and I was like, well, fuck it, Bobax is gonna pop in, I'll pop in the King too. And then Bobax leaves and I'm like, alright, here we go. And then...
But it's too much.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. I like how I was like, Brianna, if you mind, we'll pull a trans person in, and Nick's just dips. Bye. Like, dips out.
Yeah, Nick didn't want to hear from a trick. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, that's everything I heard. Where the fuck did they come from? Hello? I read what you were saying. I got extremely distracted by the fact that enemies just apparated in front of me.
I must make room if I want to carry that. My bags are filled.
I bet they are. I'm gonna drop the rats. I just need to load up on as much as I could possibly load up on. Probably even gotta drop the lilies. Nothing is more important than bringing back a fuckload of iron so I can start smelting it. Give me a second to read through. Okay. I need more fucking ore. Unfortunately, I can't siege over her like this. Because she heals them. Or down here.
My blood, restore my body.
Nope. You ain't catching me unawares. Hell nah. You ain't catching me unawares. Hell nah. Almost got the rest of the ore I need. This game would benefit from a pause button, but honestly, I prefer the fact that it's making me stand on my fucking toes. Ooh. Yes, sir, I'll take that. Fading snare, turn invisible during the material duration. Yes, sir. A few more snacks. Is a cotton seed worth it? Yes.
There is no space in my inventory.
Let's do that bad, ain't it? 'Cause we ain't done! Now this is more than enough. I should maximize out the slot. And then I just ride back. And I beat so carefully.
Bless the shot! Bless this shot. Illuminance. Bless this shot. Bless this shot.
Ooh, you're leading me.
Bless this shot.
Ow. Well, my ability to try and sneak you while you were fighting the skeleton mage did not work. I'm running away. 100 damage in a single hit is the time for me to say I'm leaving. Sometimes we can't be greedy, Carl. Sometimes we can't be greedy.
From my veins, I rejuvenate.
Always collect cotton seeds. They are hard to come by. Okay? I can get wood anywhere. I can get stone from anywhere.
I'm sorry it comes to this. I'll make it quick. Bless this shot. Bless this shot.
Okay, time to leave.
My blood reserves run low.
Now that I'm much safer. Okay, I just have to go past the cotton field. That was the wrong key. Alright. What else do I have down the pipeline? Y'all are too goddamn horny. Jesus fucking Christ. We watch Mothra. We watch a Monsterverse video in the... You... And it's Saffronet! That's the worst part. Why did I look? Why did I look? No one can be blamed but me. Okay, she did do this. I'm gonna delete that thread then, cause it doesn't need to be there. Doop doop doop. I do not currently have a video. Scroll the timer real fast. I see that person I blocking fucking tearing. Which means blocking him was a correct decision. The screen wouldn't tab in correctly.
Blood sustains me. There is no space in my inventory.
Vents at the Frostbringer is nearby. Well, I mean, if he's nearby, I might as well go see if I can go beat his eye real fast. I mean, I'm longer a hero, gotta have an achievement to put on the belt while all that money was done with the thing. You know, man. What's up, Vincent?
Rally! Let's show them why you don't mess with the militia.
I can use the feet animation as a way to get out of that.
Death is not the end.
Damn, I didn't think that would be a giant AoE. That's okay. I'm actually not that far. I died here. I can jump to the gateway here. That was a giant fucking AoE. Probably a mistake to engage him during the sun. I should have waited till night. That's okay. You can learn from these consequences. So I know that I need to fight him with an open field. Simple. Garlic exposure is certainly not helping. Okay, you're by yourself now.
Don't you dare lay a finger on my people. I feel a chill coming. I feel a chill coming out.
Cover on the shot. Sure, no, I won't.
Chill coming out.
It's only 2 tackles? Nope, 3.
My bags are filled.
I feel a chill coming out. I feel a chill coming out. I feel a chill coming out.
That's big.
I feel a chill.
No, you don't. You feel a breeze. You feel a breeze, nigga. Go into the sweet good night. Okay.
My bags are filled.
I probably shouldn't.
Sanguine regeneration.
But I should. I probably shouldn't, but I should. It's only 4 coins. I'll keep the bones. Or I'll throw the bones. Now we need to run home. Quickly. So that boss is easily countered by minions. I need minions when that shit happens. when I get a second. Okay, John. bong, 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 bong. Bong, 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 bong. Okay, what do I need for the bag?
I am missing
Silver
key
coin.
ingredients.
Fair. Another. Eight coins. I misread. Damn you, dyslexia. Nine. Ouch. Ow. Moving on, the situation got worse.
Hello, hello.
I don't know if you know this, Ad.
Yes, right?
Adam. But being... I don't know if you know this, Adam. But being racist against white people, totally fine. We're back. That's right. It's the year 2024, and we're back with the Hassan Piker Cracker Discourse Part 2.
This was at the heart of the conversation that I was genuinely trying to have with that one kid who said that he was bullied in high school as a nerd in a predominantly black high school 13 years ago. That led him to believe that personally anti-white racism happens and it's very real. And that discourse in my own Discord, where I tried to like explain to him, listen, there's a difference between systemic racism. Black people aren't just a
what a prick, Sitch. What a prick.
Do you like the idea? Someone's like, listen, I was like beat up and I made fun of because of my race. That's great, but let me tell you why that doesn't matter, because I gotta tell you about systemic racism, okay?
Not only that, just a kid who was being beat up by black people at his school, at like his predominantly black school.
Right.
And he's white. And Hassan, this like completely rich and bougie piece of shit, is gonna come in and tell him how he is privileged.
Yeah.
What the like?
I know.
Oh my God, you are the biggest moronic prick in the world. Like if that kid is still a fan of Hassan, like you're an idiot, dude. Oh. You are the biggest idiot in the world. If you're buying this systemic oppression argument, the systemic racism argument from Hassan, and you think that is him empathizing with you, you're a moron. I hope you left the Hassan community immediately.
Upset about the mean words and how they hurt their feelings. It is an invocation of that word that relitigates all the racial violence that black people have been historically subjected to. Obviously, that's why it's different. The same
Huh. I suppose that makes sense. It would be use of cotton, wouldn't it? Well, good thing I collected a lot of it.
conversation.
Look, he's literally making excuses for the black guys that beat this kid up. What? This really irks me. This really rubs me the wrong way, Sitch.
I know, it's so bad.
Do you think, like, look, Hassan, just come out and say it. You think those black kids that were beating up this white kid because they were racist, they were in the right because of this concept of systemic racism that you've cooked up in your head?
Yeah, what is the point of him doing this whole thing? Just say, like, yeah, those people are racist pieces of shit and it's bad. Period.
Yeah, and racism is wrong.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. No, look, he's literally carrying water for these guys that beat this kid up. And he's like too big an idiot to even realize that. Just look, this is a giant problem. We talked a little bit about this before we started recording, about how just there's this meme out there in society that, look, if you can claim oppression, you can do anything. You can beat up a white kid at school. And it's okay. You know, a huge streamer, a huge rich streamer will come out and say, oh yeah, that's fine. That's all right. Let me make excuses for you. That meme is so cancerous to society. We have to hold people to a standard no matter what situation that they're in. Otherwise, society completely falls apart. This is horrible.
That I've had a million times over. The issue, of course, is that many people who have these assertions will never actually see what my opinion is. They will never do their own personal investigation. That is the issue. Also, the other reason why...
And then he brings it back to himself. He's like, look, if you think I am wrong, you have not really investigated my content enough. This guy is cancer. He's totally cancer. The fact that he's popular is just, it's an indictment of our culture. It really is.
So, I found the actual messages.
Oh, did you?
Which are pretty interesting. Okay. So someone in his Discord, Hassan's Discord, says, I think we need a better slur against white people.
Okay, we'll do horror.
because Cracker doesn't hit hard enough.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Right. So somebody replied saying, damn, so I guess me growing up in my shitty poor neighborhood / family and experiencing people fucking with me for being white for 10 plus years and getting jumped multiple times means nothing. Great.
Right.
Okay. Hassan responds directly to that.
Wow.
Okay. Saying,
Okay.
so he's quote replying it saying, anti-white racism is entirely victimhood seeking.
Oh.
Okay, I'm going to continue, but I just want that to seek it. Someone just explained how they have been beat up for 10 years because of their skin color,
Right.
and he says anti-white racism is entirely victimhood seeking. That's how he started.
Yeah, it was someone that we would categorize as a legitimate victim. Look, if you're in a situation where you're constantly being preyed upon by people, you are a victim.
Right. And he continues saying
very
it's
much
like
more
Zionists
target
crying that people are mad at them for defending Israel's
fast,
actions.
rapid release.
It's perceived victimhood, no different than complaining that you were slighted at a gay bar for being a heterosexual.
Inflicting mark and a 1.5 fading snare.
Okay.
Higher quick bolt.
I don't even know what that. I don't even get.
Is
that.
he like saying like he doesn't belong there?
I don't know.
Like,
That's
what
a
are you
good
doing?
question.
Like,
Yeah.
what? Look, you're poor and white. What are you doing living in a black neighborhood?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So which the person responded to that saying, am I just being a stupid victim when I say that I don't like getting jumped for being a white 14-year-old at my high school? I got shit for the color of my skin almost every day. Okay.
Yeah.
To which Hassan replied to that saying, dude got bullied in high school and thinks reverse racism is real. Can't make this up. My man thinks racial discrimination is simply mean words that hurt my feelings and not an entire system designed to keep a whole ass group subjugated, and the mean words are secondary to this perceived grievance. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of racism in the way we conceptualize it.
That's some academic nonsense.
Yeah. Which, by the way, you notice how he changed it from getting jumped and beat up to mean words, right? So the physical violence is removed.
Oh,
from
of
it
course,
completely.
of course, yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. So, yeah, Hassan, total piece of shit. This is actually disgusting that someone in his community who was a fan of his was literally beaten up and the victim of racial violence. And Hassan's like, suck it up. Doesn't matter. You're just crying for victimhood. It's disgusting. It's just really this is why I said, I've always said this, and it's so true. Hassan is actually a terrible fucking person. And you can tell the way he carries himself, you can tell by his old content. He is a piece of shit frat bro who he is the exact stereotype, and he lives it every day. He's the exact stereotype of the like bullying frat boy, doesn't give a fuck about other people, totally just like very low moral character, likes to bully people, likes to be a piece of crap, right? And yet he gets to pretend like he's moral because now he puts on this thin veneer of like leftism that suddenly it's totally fine, right? Because he gets to bully the people that actually deserve it.
Yeah.
It's despicable. It's so despicable.
Yeah, it is gross. It's so gross. Yeah.
Right.
Just shoot straight and point out white boys like Asmon and X don't give a fuck when D and their entire friend group drops the N-word. Oh, that is 100%. If Asmongold and XQC have had an issue with Destiny saying the N-word as recently as like last week, I haven't seen it. I've never heard them criticize Destiny saying the N-word. That is definitely something that I will openly call out. Never have I ever heard them speak out against Destiny saying the N-word openly on his podcast once. But they got all the smoke for the term cracker. Okay, which is very odd. I mean, I'll be honest, I do find that very strange. You can clip that and ship it if you want. I do find it very strange because I know they don't like that. I know they don't like that word. So it's odd that like there aren't a ton. Maybe they have criticized it. I just haven't seen it on LSF. Like I said, it is a perplexing situation. It is quite a perplexing situation that a couple weeks ago Destiny literally said the M-word, and that wasn't like, that did not go omega viral. Does anyone have that link? I'm gonna look this up real quick because like
I cannot believe that Destiny called a black person the N-word on stream.
Is that what happened?
And no one brought it up. Can you believe that, Adam? Can you believe that happened?
I mean, I can believe that it happened. Destiny's done some
I can believe that it happened. I can't believe that no one would comment on it if that did happen, right?
Yeah, obviously someone would comment on it. But XQC and Osmongold are they're using the cracker slur or getting mad at people for using the cracker slur? Is that what's going on
Hassan
here?
is mad that both XQC and Asmongold called out Hassan, saying that you can't just use cracker, you can't use racial slurs against white people. That's not acceptable. And he's mad.
Right.
He's like, they're hypocrites. Because why are they not complaining about Destiny using the N-word?
But are they pointing out the double standard, or are they mad because someone is being called a cracker? Because there's a huge difference.
They're
there,
doing
obviously.
both.
Okay.
Or they did both.
Well,
'cause
no,
it was a
there's-
while ago, you know.
I'm not sure you can do both, but
Well, no, you could say that number one, it's they're saying no, it's a double standard that we would have a society where it's acceptable to be racist against white people, but
right.
not racist
Okay.
against other people.
Look, I guess you obviously you can do both. You can call it a double standard and get butthurt that people are calling other people a cracker, right? Sounds like they did both.
Like right now, the discourse on LSF about anti-white racism is popping. Okay, there is no better time to be a gamer talking about anti-white racism. You know, at the top of the leaderboards over here, at the top of the leaderboards, there has been like I guess they've like deleted some of them, or here it is. Actually, not a fan of racism. Hassan sides with his mod. Frogan over insulting Ludwig, and it's just like so strange because this is like the third day. It's basically like
so. This is all started because you see where it says Hassan sides with his mod Frogan. Frogan is a terrible human being. Okay, she is a horrible racist, and she attacked some other streamer named Ludwig and said he had like a cracker take or something, like, you know, it's the most cracker take ever.
Right.
So, you know, which is super racist, right? And of course Hassan, because Hassan is a horrible racist and he's totally fine with racism against white people, even though he LARPs as if he's like, well, I'm white, which I don't think he actually thinks that completely.
Well, sometimes he switches it up. Sometimes he's like a person of color, and sometimes he's white. So
yes, yeah, 100%. And you know, so he's just defending her again for just being wildly racist, because this is the world we live in, right? There's no standards for anything.
Well, that's the issue, really.
Like the third day of this cracker discourse. Destiny literally said the N-word like 2 weeks ago. Straight up on his own podcast, said the N-word. That was on LSF for like half a day. No up.
Do you know the context of this, Destiny?
I do, because he's gonna play the clip. So we're gonna see
okay,
it in a second.
perfect.
Up dudes for that, I guess. Destiny gets a little too drunk on his podcast. 500 upvotes. 19 days ago. Mission accomplished, soldier. Return to base. RL realizing this was a mistake. Why the f did he say it like Riley Reid? Just a little too drunk, guys. But remember, this only got 500 upvotes because, like, who cares, right? That's not that big of a deal. That's not that big of a deal. Let me look at this real quick. Let me see this real quick.
No, Dan.
Wait, reading off. I already did. There's only
Notice how
one that's
Dan
above
isn't
the
talking
threshold,
to
and I
his
already said
microphone
it.
at all, even though Dan's talking at the same time. You can't even hear him because he's talking away from his microphone like a fucking inbred.
They can hear me.
They can't hear you, Dan, because you're not even talking into the microphone.
Okay.
If you do that one more time, I'm going to say the N-word.
Is it actually on your channel or his channel?
It's my channel.
What's up?
What up?
No! I'm alive! Wait, the guy said that about me 50 times. I can say that.
It's so odd.
Look, Destiny's obviously a smart guy. He did it the right way. He's like, look, I'm using it as a term of endearment. I'm not calling you that.
Right, and well, it's like, he's doing it as a term of endearment, as revenge for doing something. Like, I'm gonna get you in trouble by saying the N-word, right?
Yeah.
Which, you know, again, you know, you could make complete arguments that people shouldn't say the N-word, and that's fine. That's completely different than calling someone the N-word, right? Or calling someone a cracker or something like that.
Well, a lot of people, I think, are afraid to say it because they know it'll be cast as calling someone the N-word. Yeah. So.
Sure. Right. Obviously, yeah.
And that's what Hassan is trying to do right here.
Right. He's like, oh, you know, it's
Yeah. He's trying to cast this as a racism to get Destiny in trouble, right?
So strange, bro, that a 40-year-old man with a child, 2 divorces under his belt, openly saying the N-word, and is 65% upvoted. I might be mistaken, but I did not hear Asmongold subreddit up in arms over it. I did not hear Asmongold on this behavior, and I'm sure he would be against this kind of thing, for the record. I didn't actually see XQC up in arms about this, like, because they love making these like, oh man, well I stand against racism, guys. I stand against racism, which is why I'm over here telling you unconditionally this cracker discourse has gone too far. I wonder what that's about. Reddit is too easily brigaded, and a lot of people, whether they acknowledge it or not, get duped into being willing or unwilling participants in Destiny's PR campaign, because he was going unhinged bananas mode on Ludwig and Cutie and all of that. And then all of a sudden they released the pressure valve. Frogan says cracker. Frogan says Ludwig engaged in cracker-like behavior. And then, oh my God. And then I do an hour of coverage on it saying,
but that is racism, right?
Yes.
There's a difference here, right?
Yes, literally. These comparisons would say, what up, N-word, in order as a joke to intentionally get someone in trouble, like to get the video demonetized or something, right? To someone with, malice of thought saying you are a cracker and that informs your worldview. Like literally doing a racism, yes.
Yeah.
Right.
How come Hassan is so brain dead? He doesn't get this.
Because he doesn't care.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
Yeah, he knows. He gets it. He just doesn't care.
This is just a way for him to make his argument.
And I don't think Frogan's reaction, the way that she reacted, is valid. However, I do understand where her anger is coming from, considering that, a lot of people falsely smear pro-Palestinian charities as like being pro-Hamas, and offering any credence to that narrative, at worst, basically solidifies it in the eyes of a lot of people in the margins, or at best, basically says that you're capitulating to the reactionary mob that will come after you and cancel you. And I think that was a fairly nuanced critique of the situation, where I said I recognize the frustration that Frogan had, and also simultaneously recognize that Ludwig himself is an overall good dude, and I think he was doing his best. And regardless of that, his second statement after donating $10,000, which is great, was simply to say that I'm worried about members of my community not being fully on board with a charity. Now, that's not clippable. That's really interesting you said that, because someone did clip it, but you wouldn't see it because it got...
So, to be clear, one of Hassan's mods, who's also a streamer named Frogan, she says that he's a cracker take because he donated $10,000 to some Palestinian charity, but then acknowledged that he'd understand if some people wouldn't want to do that.
Okay. Why is that a cracker take? Donating to Palestinian charities.
Yeah, how dare you?
Or is it unrelated to his donation? Is he saying he has a cracker take, but...
No, it was about that.
So donating to a Palestinian charity is the cracker
Well,
take?
no, the fact that he was like, I understand if you don't want to do the same thing. That's the cracker take.
Oh.
That's a lot of room.
That's
Frogan doesn't want to do the same thing?
No. Listen. Okay.
Look, all of these players here. All of these cuts.
I know. All these names.
10,000 cuts
people.
here.
Just
give me the 10,000 foot view of this scenario here.
There's this streamer named Ludwig. Okay.
Yes, I know that. And Frogan is Hassan's editor.
Yeah, Ludwig is
hardest
actually
working person in the world, although all of these cuts are done by AI now.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Ludwig is supposedly friends with Hassan. Totally blows Hassan every chance he can get.
Okay.
There's a very funny clip of him, like, someone in the chat said, Hassan's mad with you. And he's like, Hassan's mad with me? Oh no. Like, he, completely deferential to Hassan.
Destiny's been going after this guy. I've seen it.
Yes. Yeah. He's shit-talked Destiny. I'm assuming he's
he's probably shit-talking Destiny to, like, blow Hassan if they're friends.
Yes. And so, he had this take about he donated $10,000 to, some Palestinian charity.
Ludwig did.
Yeah, Ludwig did. And then said, he understands if not everyone, feels comfortable doing that. And I think he said something like he wasn't going to necessarily pressure everyone to do that. And Frogan's watching this, Frogan, and then she says that's the cracker take.
She's a headscarf lady. So
she's the headscarf lady.
Is Frogan in favor of Hamas or the Palestinians or
She's
anything?
obviously very anti-Israel. Yes.
Right, because obviously, look, we call him Hamas Piker for a reason, right?
Right,
He's all in favor of Hamas doing whatever they want to Israel. And I'm assuming Brogan has a similar take?
I don't know her exact. I'll be honest. I don't know her exact take, but I don't think it's pro-Israel. Considering, I don't think she'd work for Hassan if she had a very pro-Israel take.
I think that, I mean, maybe it's Brogan or someone else, but someone was posting horrible stuff about October 7th, and everyone was getting on their case about it. And I think it might have been Brogan, but I'm not 100%.
I think you are correct. You're right. I don't.
Yeah.
She did have some weird October 7th.
Is headscarf lady is that a slur?
Okay.
I just want to make sure.
This is what she said on October 7th.
Okay. It's get ready for crazy, because I remember this was insane.
She said, this is on October 7th.
Right.
She said, leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America, but as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So
yes.
she's fully endorsing October 7th.
7th.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
As a revolutionary act. Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
100%. So a lot of people got on her case about that. She's still around, obviously. Hassan loves it. He's
Now,
like, yeah,
not
my
only is
editor.
she still around but Twitch, the official platform of Twitch, after this, months after this in March, chose to feature her as a legendary woman on the front page, which is something they said for female streamers. And the official Twitch X account put hearts under it in a reply endorsing her.
Right.
Okay. So this is how sick and disgusting Twitch is as an organization, as how incredibly hypocritical and disgusting the society we live in right now is that you had a streamer literally cheer on October 7th massacre, and then Twitch pats them on the back and says, "Good job."
Right.
Right.
Do you think she uses the K slur in private? I'm gonna guess yes.
Probably. And it's funny because Destiny, he get demonetized or deplatformed from Twitch for his,
just for saying women,
redneck
trans women
driver.
shouldn't be in sports.
Oh, that's right. It was a trans women in sports thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But apparently you can cheer on October 7th, and that's fine.
Right.
As long as you are wearing a headscarf and claim some sort of religious affinity, I guess.
She's saying cracker in public, but I'm sure it's much more, NC-17 behind closed doors.
Right.
Yeah.
Downvoted heavily. Buddy, your community was on me in Discord for getting beat up in school for being white. Yeah, we know, brother. We know. We'll talk about that in a second.
So one of his commenters is saying, look, I was beat up. Your whole Discord was laughing at me because I was beat up in school for being white.
Yeah,
That's white privilege, buddy.
He had a fan who was white who said that he went to a school where it was majority not white, and he was suffered violence because of being white specifically, and people in Hassan's Discord told him to F off and suck it up and stop being such a cracker.
Oh really? Wow. Yeah, I had a friend in New Orleans that had that same experience.
Sure.
Yeah, which was not fun and obvious.
Second two, the thread you were talking about, LSF got deleted. I mean, those threads can pop off, by the way, all day, every day. I don't really give a shit. My point here is that those threads are absolutely, without a doubt, an echo chamber. You go anywhere in the real world and try to engage with people, unless you're at a clan meeting, you go anywhere in the real world and talk about how awful it is that you get bullied for being white. A group of white guys are gonna laugh at you. I myself am a white guy who
There's doubt. Where's the X?
Well,
X
yeah.
for doubt.
Well, first of all, him calling anything an echo chamber is just ironic.
Oh, rich.
Right?
Yeah,
right,
rich.
Right, and just the fact that he says oh well, because society or other white people don't take racism against white people seriously, that somehow justifies anything. Oh, okay. I guess when there was a time period where people didn't take rape seriously, it's women come in, they talk about getting sexually assaulted, they get laughed out of the room. You could just see Hassan saying this, the 1900s, early 1900s.
Right? Of course, yeah,
Right.
That's a good point.
But the reason I pause it is because if you look at the bottom left corner, you can see he's got a little Frogan as a dog little icon for the
avatar
resub
there.
thing. Yeah, so
I knew it.
which is probably
That lady is crazy.
offensive.
Who laughs at that notion that you are being personally victimized and being hit with racist attacks for the marginalization that you experience as a white guy. And I don't think most white guys are like this, for the record. That's why, I mean, in Florida, there's dudes who call themselves crackers. You know what I mean? It's a moniker that is self-adopted because
I mean, there's black people call themselves the N-word, Hassan. I don't know. That's the argument you want to go down, my friend.
Yeah, that's a little weird, isn't it? It's like, okay. Does that make it okay to say the N-word? I mean, I listen to a lot of rap music.
Yes. Listen to a lot of rap.
Yeah.
A lot of people say the N-word pretty consistently.
Yes.
the etymology of it is different. The etymology also still gives power to white people in this circumstance. And this is a conversation that I've had a million times over. It's a complex conversation, only if you want to make it complex. But I am totally fine with having this conversation over and over again with those who are willing to listen.
Why do I always get the sense that Hassan wants his brand to be like, I am the intellectual? It's so far from the brand that I see. I see him as like the frat boy, the dude bro.
Well, it's so that's a very interesting thing that you bring up, because the way he styles himself, the way he looks and carries himself, it's all like dumb frat bro, right? And yet he gets very triggered whenever you like insult his intelligence.
Of course.
And you know, so yeah, he's gonna sit here and he's gonna like raise an eyebrow and be like, let me explain to you the etymology of the word cracker and why in fact it's actually not a slur against white people.
I thought the origin was whip cracker.
So that's what Hassan's thinking. That's not true.
I think we disagreed on this when this discourse came around the first time.
No, if you look it up, it doesn't have anything to do with this whip cracker thing, because it actually, I believe, it's been a while. I believe it actually derived
blood reserves
in
run
like
low.
England. A bunch of white people had nothing to do with slavery. It had something to do with like the upper class were calling the lower class people, cracker, because they were, I think primarily involved with like the production of corn or crackers or something to that effect.
Oh, okay.
It had nothing to do with whip cracker.
Except it's much easier. It's much easier to just go, no, you're just an anti-white racist. And I think a lot of people, especially white people who are in these circles or who are extremely online, because I do see this like on Reddit more than anywhere else, have the capacity to lean in to the reactionary tendencies, and that is a very fearful prospect, that white identitarians, Nazis and the like, can so quickly weaponize this discourse, talk about like, yeah, white people are the victims actually. And if you looked at those Reddit posts, if you are one of those people who's like, yeah, no, white people get ritualistically humiliated, blah 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 blah, if you are one of those people who feels that way or finds themselves in the throes of this kind of discourse and leaning on the side of like white people being victims of racism, reverse.
Just when's he gonna say something? It's like so much fluff in here. He's been going for like 7 minutes, and it's just like,
well, he actually is
get
laying
to your
out.
point.
He is laying out something that is psychotic in a way he doesn't intend. He's kind of laying out the totalitizing ideology of this sort of intersectional leftist woke dogma. Okay, because what he's saying is, the big problem with this discourse is that you can have, non-reactionary, right, non-evil right-wing people, normal people who will make a thread about the cracker discourse or something, and it just leads them down the pathway to the alt-right culture, right? Because the actual evil white racist, Nazis will go in and they'll kind of like feed the flames of this conversation and suck people down at this pathway.
Right.
Which, first of all, that's retarded. But secondly, even if
they make themselves out to be victims, and then the alt-right swoops in and says, yes, you are a victim.
Yes.
Let us fight back against our oppressors. Where have I heard this narrative?
Gee, I wonder. Right?
This is a very familiar narrative. This is a narrative that Hassan supports, as long as it's the Palestinians that are the victims.
Yes.
Yeah.
And But not so it's creating this like this totalitizing ideology that says any sort of, you know, anyone that like moves even slightly away from their dogma, right, is, you know, just helping promote Nazism, which is very common for all the Marxist ideology. But it's also interesting because then if you actually believe this, you'd say, you know, maybe we shouldn't be using the term cracker, right? Maybe we shouldn't be racist against white people because maybe it's only helping the alt-right. Maybe it's only helping the white nationalists. Like, why? And, you know, being racist isn't cool. Why is that not Hassan's take? That would be the obvious maneuver, shouldn't it be?
Well, and also ignoring true instances of victimization.
Right.
Like if you're getting beat up in your school by, you know, just because of your race, I would say, yeah,
That's
you
super messed up.
you are being victimized.
Of course,
yeah.
right.
But Hassan here is saying, oh, because you're white, you're not a victim. Obviously, you're privileged.
But that's why it rings so false, because like, okay, if you really cared about trying to fight white, you know, nationalism,
oppression,
oppression, then just be like, yeah, you know, I don't really think it's that insulting to me personally, but if it's causing this effect, you know, we're not really losing anything by not being racist against white people, so we should probably like stop it, right? But no, he can't say that because him and his audience want to be bigoted to groups of people, obviously.
Right. Yeah. Doesn't everyone?
No.
First racism, if you want to call it. Look to those who are on your side. Look to those who are defending you and what some of the things they're saying. And perhaps then you will understand that you are on the wrong side of this argument, because your side is filled to the brim with dudes who are using this discourse to further radicalize you, oftentimes to much success. This is the reason why, although this is a laughable notion, I routinely find myself defending this issue, even though it's a silly one. People who say stuff like, isn't Hassan openly racist like all the time? He is only not racist against blacks and Muslims, which makes it okay. Sometimes it's good to just take a peek at like people who are on your side defending you on the white people are under attack discourse and consider what their worldview may look like. People that say blacks and Muslims. Hassan thinks black people can do no wrong. Shit like that. Here's another one. They're talking about the word cracker because I laughed at someone complaining how racist it is for a white person to be called cracker. So basically,
I mean, it is kind of true that Hassan is racist against everybody but black people and Muslims, though.
Yes.
I mean, that's 100%
a true statement.
accurate. Yeah. Yeah, because obviously he knows that those are the classes of people that he can't be racist against without suffering some sort of a social cost. Yeah. Right. And he wants to be a big fat racist. I think he would be racist against black people and Muslims if he could, obviously.
Well, and you know, I'm glad there's that picture because people probably forgot about this. I forgot about this. This really shows you how insanely, vilely disgusting it used to be a couple years ago. Okay. And how, I mean, it's still pretty bad, but things have definitely gotten a lot better. We literally had in the middle of this stupid Hassan trying to justify using slurs against white people, right? Justifying being racist against white people. That Nabisco, the company, that Wheat Thins sent Hassan that plaque that says Cracker Pass. Like, can you fucking wrap your brain around that shit? Okay, it was only a few years ago that one of the biggest brands in the country was like, yeah, it's okay to use slurs against white people. And no one cared. Yeah. No one fucking cared.
Yeah.
This is insane.
It is kind of weird.
This is insane. What the fuck? This is 2 years ago. You know what's funny? I bet you if that happened today, it'd be completely different. It'd be like the Budweiser. It was Budweiser, right? I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
The beer.
Dylan Mulvaney stuff.
Yeah, the Dylan Mulvaney stuff. It would be a backlash. People would be like, what the fuck? Like, you can't do that. You can't have a major brand company saying that using racial slurs against white people is fine. Like, what the hell?
Yeah. There would be a giant backlash.
Yes. Fuck Nabisco. Fuck Wheat Thins. It's disgusting.
Hassan says judging someone by the color of their skin by using a racially motivated slurs is okay. He got so horny that he couldn't even write this correctly. Surely this will lead to consequences from the Twitch moderation team. Remember, folks, I have the mother pass. Probably said it before, but used to be a very fanatic right winger, and you got me out of it. Keep up the good work. It helps. Yeah, this is why I do it. This is why I do what I.
Oh my God, I'm just.
Why does it?
I used to be a very fanatic right winger, and then I started listening to Hassan, and now I'm a fucking dumbass leftist fanatic.
I know.
It's like, where's the improvement here?
I know.
Where's the improvement?
So
look,
bad.
I'm no longer racist against black people, but now I'm racist against white people.
You don't understand, Adam, okay? These people, they have a racist quota that has to be filled inside them, right? They can't just not be racist. They're like, well, I gotta be racist against somebody. And then it sounds like, listen, I got you, okay?
Right,
Be
yeah.
racist against the whites. It's fine.
How can he, with all of his takes on Israel-Palestine, I mean, how is he not the alt-right pipeline now?
Exactly. That's a good fucking question.
Yeah, this is crazy.
I do, because I want to make sure that people that are on the edges, on the precipice of radicalization towards right-wing ideas, I hope that they can take a deep breath and reconsider their positions before leaning in to the comfortable bosom of right-wing reactionary politics, because that kind of discourse, that kind of ideological aspects can be very comfortable.
This guy is a fucking moron, Sitch. I can't take it. Like, he's not, look, he's like not really saying anything. Like, he's not really saying anything at all.
Of course he's not saying anything. This is Hassan, Adam. What do you think?
Just, like, spit it out already, Hassan. What the heck?
Comforting for people that want their biases to be reaffirmed, for people that want their biases to be reaffirmed by others instead of re-examining the way they see the world. That kind of discourse.
Look, first of all, you're not re-examining how you see the world at all, and you are the most biased person on the internet. Okay.
Yes.
God, just spit it out already, Hassan.
This kind of discourse can be captivating. It can create a safe space for them. It can make them feel like, instead of doing the hard work of like really reconsidering, really trying to empathize with people that have less than them or are different than them, it's much easier to just find a group of people who say, no, dude, your shit's actually fire. Let me tell you here, let me give you a little bit more about like how white people are getting f***ed over. These people will simultaneously say you aren't white because you're Turkish, then get mad when you try to explain to them white is a made-up concept made to only include the preferred in-group. I know, which is ironic because they don't personally see this as well. Do you adhere to this rule though? If you personally think that I am an anti-white...
Listen, all these social categories, white, black, they're all just made up. I guess that means anyone can identify as white or black now, right?
Yeah, of course. Tell us Rachel Dolezal.
Right, I was gonna say, I think we should both identify as black. And then, does that mean we get to use the N-word? Do we get the N-word pass if we identify as black?
Pass? Kanye, send us the N-word.
Yeah, Kanye, reach out to us, okay?
White racist and white racist and white racist, and that is like a real concept. Like that, I see white people and I think like, oh man, this white person is going to colonize my space or whatever. I guess I don't know what to tell you. I'm white. Now if you don't consider me to be white, well then, you know, you're kind of telling on yourself, while also personally coming to the recognition that whiteness is a political tool and you are currently applying it. The people that I consider to be in the out group, if I were to draw boundaries, are not done on inalienable characteristics, but instead on issues like their thinking, reactionary thinking. As you guys know, I personally am not anti-religion either. I am, however, anti-religious fundamentalism. Religious fundamentalism that causes people to try to take away certain people's rights and liberties on the boundaries of religion. It doesn't matter if this is a Muslim fundamentalist, doesn't matter if it's a Jewish fundamentalist, doesn't matter if it's a Christian fundamentalist, right? If I personally didn't believe that people could not shake away some of these opinions, I wouldn't be doing what I do. If I thought...
Didn't he, in a very long conversation which we watched, where he was talking to Ethan Klein, say that he did not feel comfortable telling the Palestinian people whether they should support Hamas or not?
He definitely said that.
Right. So shouldn't he say that, well, Hamas is a fundamental Islamic organization, so therefore I categorically don't agree with them, don't like them?
He should. That would be a great thing for him to say.
Yeah. Just interesting. Instead, I just remember him going, well, I can't tell oppressed people what to do, Ethan, okay? I can't tell them if they want to support, you know, terrorist attacks on civilians. Well, that's their prerogative. I mean, he didn't say it quite like that, but that was the that was definitely the tone of the conversation.
He's in favor of radicals, though. He's just
He
not
is.
in favor of right-wing radicals.
Of course.
He's very clear here in distinguishing that.
Yes.
Radicalism is great as far as Hassan is concerned.
Right.
God damn it, Alfred.
Like, people could not be reasoned with and change their minds. Why the fuck would I be spending any time whatsoever? This is something that I hope people can be a little bit more charitable about and understanding on. I know not a lot of charity out there, not a lot of charity here, especially if you're primed into so much hatred, especially if you watch a lot of drama videos that say I suck, that I'm awful. But I do hope that in this very moment you can maybe be a little bit more understanding of what I'm trying to say. You won't lose anything if you try to comprehend what
You're gonna try to understand.
I'm trying to understand it. I'm listening. I've opened my brain.
Million cuts.
110%.
And all these half sentences.
Yes.
Starting a sentence, starting an idea, and just abandoning it halfway through, and then going into something completely different.
It's got to be wild for someone who's only ingested Hassan content through these clips. Because you're like, oh, listen, there's a guy who talks very quick. He has these, all these ideas. And then you see a live stream, and it's like every other word is like a 10-second
delay.
Pause. Yeah, because he has to read the chat, and he's so paranoid. He has to read the chat at all times, while he's talking.
That's basically like his job. His job is audience capture, right? Like, just read the chat and say whatever he wants. Like, what meaningless drivel do you want me to confirm for you today, chat? Just stack it up for me. I'll say whatever you want.
He literally said he said that exactly when it came to the people that were attacking Anna about the trans women in sports and some of the other trans stuff. He's like, oh, I can't talk about the trans women stuff because it makes, my audience gets too mad at me.
Right. Yeah. Oh.
Or I was like, what? Like, this is insane.
Audience capture, it's great work if you can get it, Sitch. Well, let's just say if you're the kind of person that will take it.
Right. Of course.
What I'm saying here, I promise. But in any case, it does strike me as odd when a content creator openly says the N-word and it doesn't drive discourse for 3 days in the same way that another content creator saying cracker does.
Look, I think that means we're making some headway here. I think people are getting tired of this.
They are.
Yeah, they think it's a scam. They're like, look, nobody did a racism. Why are we talking about
I could probably shrink this.
Yes. Good. We're making progress here, baby.
We are, yeah. Look, and the cracker controversy was open racism against white people.
Yes.
The N-word controversy, no. It's like a joke.
If Destiny started getting drunk and calling black people the N-word, you'd be like, whoa, wait a minute, like, what's going on here?
Yeah, of course.
Don't know why that is the case, because I know that XQC and Asmongold would both not find it to be conscionable or appropriate. Froyo said cracker with a negative connotation to offend Ludwig. Let's not pretend this edgy joke is equivalent. That stuff is...
Oh, look! The perfect reply! He spells it all out in a single sentence.
Now let's see, will Hassan understand? Or will it go over his head?
Let's see.
Banned here, isn't it, Lamau? When will he understand that there's a difference between saying a slur for a joke and target a slur? Like, these people unironically are saying calling a white person a cracker is literally worse than a white guy openly saying the N-word. That is the discourse for these guys.
Okay, it went over his head. he didn't understand.
It did, yeah. Woo. But listen, his head is very small, Adam. I don't know if you've seen him. He has a very tiny head, so it's very easy for things to go right over it.
What a dumbass.
Okay.
What a dumbass.
Guys, which if you were to have this conversation with real people out in the real world, I suspect they would look at you like you're an insane person. Do you understand? Like, that is a psychotic part of discourse. Why are these people more offended than Ludwig, who it was said to? I know. That's a whole other aspect of this as well. Oh, for the record, I do want to mention something here. For intent, as far as intent goes, you were saying intent matters more than the actual words itself. In a situation like that, calling a white woman a Karen would be just as hateful and just as harmful, except we have no disagreement there. Most people would laugh at you if you were to try to champion the anti-Karen cause, to say that Karen is actually a racial slur, which many people that write articles have tried to do. The intent
because it literally is, and no one gives a shit, because for some fucked up reason, because of people like Hassan and other people, racism against white people is just like, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. Because yeah, if you see a white person, a white woman who's upset about something, and you don't know anything about her, and you're just like, oh, she's a fucking Karen, right? That's racist. You're literally making a judgment about her based on the color of her skin and her sex. It's both racist and sexist.
Yeah.
And
Karen slur is racist.
And that happened at least very publicly twice in a way that was 100% shown to be that the woman was completely justified, okay? There was the woman in the dog park who the guy literally threatened, or seemingly threatened, to harm her dog, okay? Or strongly implied he was gonna harm her dog in some way, so she called the police, and she got in all sorts of trouble, and everyone's calling her Karen. Oh my God, white Karen, white Karen. And it was the same thing with the city bike lady. Remember, who those guys tried to, like, it was like a bunch of like young black guys were like trying to take, like, bogart all the bikes, which was not their right to do, and she just walks over and tries to pull out the thing, and they're like, oh, this is ours, you can't do this. And all these people said, oh, she's just a Karen, okay? She's trying to steal from black kids.
Yeah, there's two definitions of Karen. One is more racist than the other, obviously. There's the Karen that is just, you know, the let me talk to your manager, let me go over your head. You know, I'm looking for an authority figure to complain to, Karen, right? There's no racist component to that. But in the city bike situation and the dog park situation, it is the white woman that is calling the authorities to get black men killed.
Yeah,
that's like, that is the more incendiary version of Karen.
Yes.
Both are bad. I don't think the let me talk to your manager version necessarily has a racist component, although I'm not sure. I like how often do black women ask to talk to the manager?
No, that, first of all, that actually happens quite a lot. Okay.
Yeah, okay, so they could be a Karen too then.
No, but I agree with you in terms of like the concept of the person. You know, like you say, okay, it's sexist, but the concept of the person who's like, let me speak to your manager, right? The overly you know, yeah, that's fine. But it was, and I don't know if it was intentionally this way, if it, like, when it started, but it definitely became like a white, like, this is a white woman thing, right? And you're completely correct, because they said like, oh, with the dog park thing, it's like she wants the cops to kill him. With the city bike thing, even though she didn't call the cops, or like, oh, she's like wants someone else to call the cops and kill these kids. Like, that was definitely the way the conversation was framed, which is, I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, no, it's stupid too, because it makes this sort of culture where it's like, you know, calling the police if black people are involved, look, that's attempted murder. Like, you can't do that. So it's weird. That whole discourse was super weird.
Matters more than the word itself would imply that calling someone a redneck would be just as harmful as calling someone the N-word, which is ridiculous. No one would argue on that front. The intent matters more would be akin to saying that a group of gay guys calling someone a breeder would be just as harmful as a group of straight guys calling a gay person the F word.
Look, there's no way that you can determine the harm level in any of these situations. He's just basically going off of his gut, right? Like, I don't know how harmful the redneck slur is. It's hard for me to imagine that it does zero harm in the world, right?
Yeah, well, and this part of the problem is like, okay, like, yeah, I don't know. In most situations, you know, calling someone a cracker isn't causing harm right now, right? But cultivating an attitude and an atmosphere where you keep saying it's fine to be racist against white people, that 100% causes harm to our society.
It does,
completely, in a multitude of ways. And even, that's why I say, even if Hassan doesn't give a crap about being racist against white people, because, you know, F white people, right? He does care about what he said in the beginning of this video. He does care about, you know, people getting sucked down white nationalist pipelines.
Yeah, potential backlash.
Which obviously, saying that racism against white people does that same thing. So if he actually cared about that cause, he would say, you know what? Do we really need to be racist against white people if it's going to cause all these bad outcomes? What is the benefit against being racist against white people?
Yeah, his argument is just standard critical race theory that you can't be racist against white people.
Right.
Which is garbage.
Hi, you just listened to a Sitch and Adam recorded video. That's right, we're still doing recorded videos. And of course, we're still doing our live streams. Our Sunday live stream begins at 1 p.m. Pacific.
That's an extremely long clip. Jesus fucking Christ. Carl, if I have time to stream, would you give me my old rolls back? If not, I understand. No. We're starting at the bottom. It is both my opinion and Nora's opinion that you took giant leaps and bounds to approach the conclusions that you came to there. Especially after you made her basically leave because you frustrated her that much. You gotta start from the bottom, bro. I cannot help you. You cooked yourself. I cannot help you. You cooked yourself. So we're treating you like a man and making you treating you like we've treated others, because we have no idea how you arrive at these conclusions of yours. But we are hoping that this learns you something. I'll be right back, chat. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Started from the bottom, now whole team fucking here. Started from the bottom, now we're here. I cleaned up my bottle because it had a lot of fun, guy. I'm gonna have to brew tea later. I just don't think I have anything else to cover today, honestly. Which is that situation, I will probably just peace out. And then just chill for the rest of the evening. Maybe I'll come back to play video games strictly. I don't know. But, I'm gonna cut it there. Deuces, everybody.